Hi, yes, my name is Marilyn McGee. I'm the team leader for Team 10 for the Promise Zone. We're going to start today with brief introductions, and then I'll turn it over to the timekeeper, and she will introduce herself and describe the process for today. So I'll start with my introduction first. My name is Marilyn McGee. I work at Florida State University, and I've been a member of the Citizens Review Team for 5 years. James?
Good morning, James Maduro Jr., City of Tallahassee. I've been with the review team for 1 year and I have 15 years of grant experience.
Thank you. Ryan?
I'm Ryan Meadows. I'm with Florida Virtual School, and I've been with the Citizens Review for 3 years.
Thank you. Yubi?
Good morning. I'm Yubi Brantley with the State of Florida Department of Management Services, and I've been with the review team for 3 years.
Thank you. Marie?
Hi, my name is Marie Bryant. I work for Hotel Leon, and I actually been on the Citizen Review team for 3 years.
Thank you. Renee? Renee, are you with us?
She's on mute, Renee.
Renee, unmute yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Renee Gatson, and I work with Leon County Schools. I'm a community advocate, and I've been with CHP for 6 years.
Thank you. And Crystal?
Hi, my name is Crystal Peltier. I am with the Earl Bacon Insurance Agency. I've been with CHSP for the past 7 years. I will also be your timekeeper today. We will have 20 minutes for questions and answers. Prior to your time starting, we will have you guys do a brief introduction. If you could, please just limit it to your names and your role within the organization. And then we'll turn it over to Dr. McGee, who will start off our questions. If you guys want to go ahead and start with your introductions.
Okay, yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Tiffany Randolph, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Delta Kappa Omega Foundation's president. I've been in this position going on 3 years now, and I'm going to introduce the rest of our team members as well. We also have Dr. Juanita Williams, who is a Delta Kappa Omega Foundation board member. We have Mrs. Juanita Moore, who is also a board member and our fiscal officer, as well as a grant writer. We have Mrs. Betty Rivers, who is a Delta Kappa Omega Foundation member as well as a grant writer. And last but not least, Mrs. Carmen Connor, who is the principal of Pineview Elementary School and a proud partner with the Delta Kappa Omega Foundation, where she assists in focusing on student recruitment for the Delta Kappa Omega Empowering Youth for the Future Homeless Assistance Program, as well as the Virtual Summer Enrichment Program. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and start the questions. And the first question we have is if you can share with us the impact of COVID-19 on your program implementation within the Promise Zone, any challenges you may have faced, any budget issues, anything that could affect how you deliver services to the Promise Zone. And if you could keep it to 5 minutes, that would be great.
Okay, I'm going to go in and start that. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, very good. Okay, Betty Rivers again. Okay, the Delta Kappa Omega Foundation closed the DKO Providence Community Service Center on March 12th because of the coronavirus. It impacted the homework assistance program held at the center annually from August to May. The DKO hired an exceptional student education teacher, ESE, to tutor students. And on March 30th, the teacher resumed tutoring students via telephone until the end of school. Now, and after the end of school, the DKO Foundation mailed all 24 students enrolled during the last school year term a letter of congratulations and $10 subway card. Moreover, the foundation decided to cancel its annual 4-week on-site summer camp and instead offered tutoring as a pilot program during the month of June. The ESE teacher agreed to assist in this effort, plus the foundation hired another teacher. The DKO 4-week virtual summer enrichment program, i.e. reading and math, began on June 1 and will continue through June 29th. Currently, there are 15 students enrolled. The teachers call students on Monday and Wednesday from 2 to 4:30 p.m. Additionally, 8 DKO volunteers assist to review timed math and reading lessons with the students on Tuesday and Thursday. And at the end of the program, which is next week, DKO will host an outdoor distancing event at the center as an end of the summer program event. Each student will receive a $10 Subway gift card, plus each family will get a $40 Walmart card. And this is mainly due to food insecurity in the Providence community. Now, during the Leon County school year 2020 to 21, the DKO Foundation will continue using the virtual tutoring model for homework assistance. DKO will hire 3 teachers, enroll 30 students, provide student incentive for participation, such as the $10 Subway card, restaurant card, and distribute care packages to each family, including but not limited to children's books, food, a Walmart or Target gift cards. And DKO will continue to coordinate student recruitment for homework assistance with Carmen Connor, principal at Pineview Elementary School. And she's going to talk a little bit more about coordination of the recruitment along with Juanita Moore, who has some comments about the budget.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Rivers. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to the team so that they can begin asking any questions they may have.
Excuse me, Carmen Connor was going, and Juanita Moore going to add 4 comments. Yes, ma'am.
How much more time do we have, Crystal?
About 2 minutes.
Okay.
So is it my turn? This is Carmen.
Yes.
Okay, so last year we had incredible success with our partnership with you all. And how that went about was there was a lot of drill and practice. So we recruited students in our 21st Century program. We have a federally funded program where we are only allowed to see about 65 kids, but we have a waiting list of an equal size. So you all helped to buffer that by providing spaces for our students to come there after school. In that space, the students were provided with ample practice of math facts and reading fluency, which is a tremendous help to us. Another partnership that we have is with a church right down the street from us is Jacob Chapel. They provided transportation to the 12 to 15 students that attended over the past school year, which was instrumental to us because the program doesn't start until 4, so we needed time and space for those students to get there, and Jacob Chapel provided that for us, and to my knowledge will continue to provide that service to us in the year to come. But overall, I thought that the program was a success, and I'm excited about the opportunity of possibly having more students participate, and perhaps we may be in a different fashion in this upcoming school year due to COVID-19, but I'm willing to be very flexible and willing to assist when it comes to providing the resources and providing just the framework of how we can do drill and practice with our students that attend the program. And thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I'm going to turn it over to our team now. If you guys have any questions regarding this particular program.
Yes, this is Ryan. I did have a couple of questions. Looking at your proposed budget, I have an executive director slated for this. That 0 for last fiscal year, current and proposed. Is that person just a volunteer? I see that the center director does have a salary.
Hi, this is Tiffany Randolph. Actually, our executive director is a member of our board as well as a foundation member. So it's a voluntary position.
Okay, and then just so I'm clear, director, it was $25,500, but in your proposed fiscal budget, it says salary would be $31,100. Maybe I'm just not seeing that in here where the difference is in that. If you could just explain that.
Okay, this is Juanita Moore. In our proposed budget, the comp and benefits is $8,000. We're only asking for $8,000 of the center director's salary. The professional fees that you see in our proposed budget is for the ESE teachers that we're hiring and the students that assist with the program, either during the summer camp or during the year.
Thank you. I actually have a question. I know in previous years you guys have utilized your facility to generate income. How has COVID affected your ability to do that?
We have not, the center has been closed since March the 12th, so we are not receiving rental income during this period.
Yes, I have a question regarding fundraising. I'm not familiar with the gentleman sampler, and I know with COVID going on, will you still be able to do that fundraiser, or do you have plans for other fundraisers if you can't do the gentleman sampler?
Okay, this is one.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
More.
Okay. Unfortunately, we had to cancel the gentleman sampler because of COVID-19, and at this time we have a fundraiser plan for early 2021, but again, we're not sure if we would be able to conduct that one either.
Has COVID affected your ability to collect your membership or your due fees? Because I know that is a large portion of your income that you guys do bring in.
Fortunately, we have been able to collect all of the contributions from all of our members, so we do have that income to assist with the program.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a question in regards to one of your long-term goals that you didn't meet the particular program outcome, and that was for students completing the school year with a satisfactory or outstanding school citizenship grade. Can you tell us a little bit more about what may have happened here that this outcome wasn't met?
Be sure to unmute yourself, Betty Rivers. Thank
you. Okay.
Okay, you hear me now. Okay, well, we certainly stress how good citizenship during the year. And this particular occasion, we fell short. We certainly we offer a lot of activities where we talk about manners and things like that in order to stress to the children how they need to act. So yes, we weren't happy that we didn't reach that milestone, but it doesn't keep us from continuing to work with our students, because we believe in our students. We know they're very talented, and that's just another area that we know that we need to work on.
Okay. All right. Well, then I have one other question. I know last year we talked about exploring ways to develop a teen council similar to the Walker Ford Teen Council. Has there been any progress on that, or is that something that you will be looking into doing?
This is Juanita Williams. Am I unmuted?
We can hear you.
Okay. Because we had an increased number of tweens and teens coming in 2018, the LIT squad was created. The term LIT means Loving Inspired Teens. One of the members actually came up with that title. And the purpose of LIT is to make sure that our young people will continue to participate in the program, but more than that, to build self-confidence and self-esteem. We realize that there are certain challenges that this age group face, so therefore in the sessions, there were sessions twice a week, and they discussed certain things like interpersonal relationships, bullying, career choices, etc. And these were topics that the young people chose to discuss. Also, with this age group, we realized that there are some gender differences. So out of LIT, there were two gender-specific programs, Just Us Girls and Just Us Guys, to address the specific issues that guys and girls have. And one thing that happened last summer, our students in Lit were able to participate in the 4-H or you might call it the Cooperative Extension program at FAMU through the School of Agriculture in conjunction with FSU. So they attended a camp for a week. And the focus of this camp was to get young people to engage in interactive activities where they would learn much more about forestry and conservation. And one thing that we realized, especially with young people in this environment or even in the general population, they sometimes don't know about alternative careers. And so we try very hard to encourage career planning, and we have also looked at other opportunities in the community, such as taking stock with children, FSU pre-collegiate program, and we do have some children, or youth I should say, who have some learning differences, so therefore we identify programs so that we can work with them and we can interface with these programs to provide other opportunities for the persons in the Lit Squad.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I have a follow-up question in terms of doing the teletutoring or virtual tutoring with your students. Once school starts back and some of the demands are there, do you see any issues with being able to continue to provide this service for your students in the Promise Zone at this same level? Oh, you're muted, Miss Betty.
Okay, great. Well, we're going to continue to use our model program that we've already established, and we do have a seasoned teacher working with us currently, and she plans to continue to work with us in the fall. So she's very, very familiar with working, and that's the area of her expertise anyway. And so we already have it established, and with a track record now, we plan to continue to move on. And I think we're going to be able to deal with adjustments as they come along. Sometimes unforeseen things do occur, but with her experience and with the track record that we have now with our model program, I think we're going to be just fine.
Okay.
I have a question. Last year, the team notated that we'd like to see some increased fiscal measures put in place, specifically regarding the cash handling. Can you let me know what you guys have done in order to implement those changes?
Yes, we have revised our fiscal management policy and added all those procedures to that policy.
Thank you. And if anyone has any other questions, we're down to our last 5 minutes.
Oh.
Do you guys still have your collaboration with Legal Aid and the Livingstones International? And has COVID affected the way you guys are partnering with the other agencies?
Well, regarding legal aid, okay, regarding legal aid, we had an event scheduled in March. And of course, we had to cancel that event because the whole city had to shut down because of COVID. And with Livingstones now, we were informed that they are currently that they had started working in with Pineview, had partnered with Pineview, and we decided then agree in mutual fashion that would be a better way for them to continue to move with that program and serving the community. But yes, as it relates to legal aid, we plan to continue to work with them as conditions afford that opportunity.
Great, thank you. Does anyone have any other questions?
I had one more question regarding Jack and Jill and the STEM program for the June summer camp and the library year-round. How will they do this virtually? Are they going to become a virtual library resource, or will that still take place?
Well, because we aren't having having the camp, we haven't really engaged in a discussion about moving forward, but because they are consistent, they have been a consistent partner, we do anticipate having a conversation with them because we're going to continue to tweak our program as we move along. And that's a discussion that we plan to have in the near future because they're one of our great partners.
Okay. All right, team, do we have any further questions?
I'm good. Everything I had was answered.
All right. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Miss Betty and team, and Tiffany. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, guys, and take care. Wish you well.
Bye-bye.
I had to go out and get my own lunch, Anita, since you didn't provide any, you know?
I'm sorry, guys.
I know. I
It shows
missed
how
it.
much we love you, though.
Hey, Gina, are you expecting anyone else? I see there's a call from CCYS as well.
So I'm not sure what you're seeing or how you're showing, but Marlene Feliciano will be joining either video or telephone, and Nancy Hilger is here on site as well. She's in another office trying to connect, so you should have those two connections, and then I've got Lucas and Justin here in the office with me. We're going to rotate in and out in front of the camera. So you
Gina,
should have maybe
Marlene,
two other connections besides mine from CCYS.
Gina, it's Marlene. I'm on via telephone.
Hey, Marlene.
Are we ready, Anita?
Yes, it's 12:30, Gina, so we're going to go ahead and get started, and we'll let Nancy in as she needs to come in. Well, she's here now, okay? So everyone is here.
Okay.
All right. Thank you to my team members and to the representatives from Capital City Youth Services for joining us today. We're going to go ahead and get started with introductions. The team will be introduced first, and then I'll turn it over to Crystal, our timekeeper, and she will introduce herself and share the process for today. So I'll start the introductions. I am Marilyn McGee. I work for Florida State University, and I've been a member of the CRT team for 5 years. Marie?
Hi, my name is Marie Bryant. I work at Hotel Leon, and I have been on the Citizen Review team for 3 years.
Thank you. Renee?
Hello, I'm Renee Gatson. I work with Leon County Schools. I'm a community advocate, and I've been with CHP 6 years.
Thank you. Ryan?
Good afternoon. I'm Ryan Meadows with Florida Virtual School, and I've been with the CHSP grant process for 3 years.
Thank you. James?
Good afternoon, James Maduro Jr., City of Tallahassee. I've been with the review team for 1 year and I have 15 years of grant experience.
Thank you. Yubi?
Good afternoon, Yubi Brantley with the State of Florida Department of Management Services. I've been with the review team for 3 years.
Thank you. Crystal?
Hi, my name is Crystal Peltier. I'm with the Earl Bacon Insurance Agency. I've been on the CHSP team for 7 years now. I will also be your timekeeper today. Before we start your time, which will have 20 minutes, we're going to have you guys do introductions. If you could please limit that due to time constraints to just your names and your roles within your organization. And then and then Dr. McGee will take back over and we'll start the questions.
I am Gina Dozier. I am the Chief Operating Officer and the interim CEO.
My name is Lucas Gauna, and I am the housing specialist for Going Places Street Outreach.
I'm Justin Barfield. I'm the development director.
Nancy?
I am Nancy Hilger. I am the CFO.
And Marlene.
And my name is Marlene Feliciano. I'm the immediate past chair of the board for CQIA.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for joining us. I will begin the questioning by asking, what impact has COVID-19 had on your ability to implement this program and implement it specifically in the Promise Zone? And if you could keep your response to 5 minutes, that would be great.
Okay. I'm going to let Lucas take that because he works directly in the program.
All right.
So COVID has impacted us significantly. We have had to
the storm is maybe impacting their internet connection.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like we just lost everyone.
Lucas, can you repeat yourself because you went out for a minute?
I'm so sorry. The weather is really bad here, so I'm not sure if it's impacting the connection. But because of COVID, we did have to close the drop-in center mostly for the month of March and April to ensure the safety of staff and clients. So during that time, we're mostly focusing on doing case management over the phone. And we were also doing meal drop-offs with no contact. So we were delivering food and supplies to the clients who needed it at that time. We have been reopening the drop-in center in phases. So currently we are open for limited hours from 12 to 5, Monday through Friday. And we're allowing clients to come in with proper PPE to access services, get food, take a shower, and access the services that they need. So that's what we're doing right now. We have seen a reduction of need for services right now with people socially distancing and isolating, but we do expect to see a rise and a need for more services once people are no longer social distancing. We've seen a lot of youth right now, specifically in the Promise Zone, losing employment, losing income. And we know that the unemployment rate specifically for Promise Zone is 2 times higher than citywide. So we do expect to see a lot of requests for services going forward.
All right, thank you. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to my team so we can begin the question and answer process.
Hey, I have a question regarding your loss in the federal funding for the SOP. It's a 2-part question. Could you explain the loss in the funding and also let us know what the acronym is for?
That loss of funding was a federal grant that we applied for that should have been funded, would have begun October 1st of 2019. And we did not receive that funding. We are reapplying as we speak. We have a grant that's due within the next week and a half. So we are attempting to get that money back. It is very, very competitive. There will only be 16 awards made for that particular grant through that particular entity for this funding cycle for the whole United States. And is the acronym HHS or which acronym? I'm sorry.
It was SOP.
That's Street Outreach Program.
Okay. I guess I have another question regarding your fundraising. I noticed that that there isn't any fundraising for CCYS in the Promise Zone. Is there a reason for that?
There is fundraising being done in the Promise Zone and throughout the Promise Zone through the work of partnerships with Going Places. They've utilized a lot of grassroots efforts through several organizations and retail partnerships in the area. I'm not sure which question in particular you're looking at, but we do fundraising as an agency across the board with several events. And you might have heard of Sleep Out. That's our event of the past 5 years.
Yes, I'm actually looking at your proposed fiscal budget, and it has 0 for fundraising. And then I'd also like to just, I see where the agency does receive funding from the United Way. Have you guys not applied through them or through Leon County or through CHSP that is, or I'm sorry, through City of Tallahassee that is not CHSP? Because all of those items have a 0.
Which page is that? I'm scrolling through the
It is going to be your proposed fiscal year budget.
I know that when there were some issues with the tables that in aid defaulted to 0, even though that they were being applied for. I think we made technical assistance aware of that. So if it shows pending, if we submitted it as pending, it defaulted to 0.
So are you specifically asking about the budget worksheet for the proposed fiscal year? Is that your question?
Yes.
So just to make sure you that you guys are aware, Crystal is asking you about the budget worksheet for the proposed fiscal year, and she's asking you about funding specifically for the Promise Zone.
I'm sorry, I had to step away and answer a phone call. I apologize. We have not applied for any other funding for the Promise Zone other than the CHSP from the city or for Leon County.
Okay, thank you. Is there a reason why you haven't applied?
We didn't know there was other funding available.
Well, and the United Way funding, when they reassessed their process, their target areas that they were issuing their funding for, we applied year before last, I believe, but we were not, they didn't decide that that we fit with their target areas the way that they were choosing to fund.
Thank you.
And some of the grants listed that have been awarded regularly have gone directly to the work of the Street Outreach Program, Going Places. The Frohoff Foundation and Capital City Bank, for example. And we did receive the one that's showing up as Capital City Bank shows a 0, but that's because it was pending, so it defaulted to a 0. And we did receive that funding in particular. So it's 2,000 of the 5,000 since the application was submitted.
Hi, this is Marlene. Can I just add one thing?
Yes, definitely. Go ahead.
Sorry. I just also, Justin did mention their grassroots efforts, and I know we're kind of commingling fundraising and grant applications, but there also is a lot of in-kind donation that is used for street outreach, or well, part of the rapid rehousing part of it. So they do get a lot of participation from individual asks. So when clients are being placed in housing, you know, when they need things, household items and goods and things of that, like Street Outreach does a very good job of posting that to their social media followers and get very good response in that way. So I just wanted to add that.
Have you guys seen a reduction in the youth that are like coming to you seeking assistance due to COVID? Is it like, has it impacted your ability to maybe service those individuals?
So right now we have seen a reduction in people that we are seeing daily. And we believe that's mostly because people are social distancing and isolating. The other issue was that because of COVID, the Kearney Center, which provides bus passes for people for transportation, has suspended those bus passes. So a lot of people don't have access to transportation at that time. And we're not sure when they're going to re-implement that access to the bus. So I think that has something to do why people aren't seeing us as regularly. But in order to bridge that gap, we have began doing deliveries with no contact. So we'll go to their home and drop off meals, drop off supplies and stuff like that. But we do expect that once Kearney Center implements the bus passes, once again, people are going to start seeing us more often and coming into the drop-in center for more services. And our outreach efforts are picking up. We had to suspend outreach efforts for the month of March, but we have been doing outreach with proper PPE for the past month or so with the COC and individually, specifically focusing in areas in the Promise Zone, Frenchtown, South Side, and those areas.
Will the new advocate be solely positioned in the Promise Zone, or will this person be going to other areas that you guys currently service?
It would primarily be in the Promise Zone. Our drop-in center is in the Promise Zone. So that advocate would be providing case management services and our outreach services to Promise Zone clients.
The application for you guys applying for the birth certificates and providing the IDs, is that something new that you have like expanded your program to offer?
No, actually, we have been providing that service for a long time, and the funds that we had to address that need were the lost federal funding from the SOP grant. And once we lost that funding, we were no longer able to provide that service. And that's actually one of the services that we get requested the most. As we know, if you don't have an ID, you can't access employment, you can't enroll into school. So that is a huge barrier for a lot of youth that we serve. So that's an extremely important need that we currently have in our community, because as far as we know, there's nobody else providing that service. And we were the primary provider to address that need for young people experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity.
And just so I understand it correctly, the main funds are for this advocate person, and that is going to be to help with paperwork, whatever their needs are, getting them the youth enrolled in school, job programs, correct?
Right, that would be case management. So we would have that person assist youth with job applications, enrolling into school, applying for food stamps, applying for services that they may need. So that person would be engaging in those services.
I have a question, and I'm not sure if the question has been asked yet. I was looking at your outcome data collection table where you say 42 homeless youth accepted case management, and it says it will be 25% of the homeless youth. Does that number 42 represent 25%, or is it more or less?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
In your data outcome table, looking at your intermediate goal, where it says 25% of homeless youth who accept case management will come off the street and into shelter or stable housing. And here you list 42 homeless youth who accepted case management came off the street. Is the number 42 25% of the homeless youth? Is it more or less?
Those are the number of youth who accept services, because we serve youth through case management, but we also have outreach efforts where we see people face to face. We have face to face contact, but they don't actually engage in case management services. So those are only the youth who are engaging in case management services who would exit from the street into stable housing or emergency shelter.
So does the number 42 represent 25% of those youth who participate in that? Okay.
Are you guys still able to maintain the youth advisory board?
Justin, we're entering our third year of Youth Advisory Council. Our second year was cut short by the COVID pandemic. A lot of the participants had to move away. Some of them college participants moved back home. But we're excited to enter the third year with a new community partnership with the Junior League of Tallahassee, who will partner with us to conduct outreach and recruitment, and also some training with that advisory board. We're most excited to see that board move towards more tasks, more active, playing a more active role through volunteerism, both at our agency and through our sister agencies.
Is the Junior League going to be providing any funds with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On a yearly basis. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, they have identified a couple of specific projects to work towards providing funds through or for. And one of their stated goals in the MOU is to assist in fundraising.
We're down to our last 3.5 minutes, but I did want to touch base with you guys on your volunteer efforts. I know in the past you guys have been able to draw a very large pool and have excellent volunteer opportunities. Has that remained the same? Are you still seeing that you're able to get the volunteers in?
So we have reduced our volunteers due to COVID. We also usually have interns from FSU and Thomas University. And with the schools going remotely, those interns are no longer able to intern with us due to COVID. So we have seen a reduction in volunteers and interns, but that's mostly as a result of COVID and people social distancing and us trying to encourage the safety of our staff and the clients and reducing the amount of people that we have in the drop-in center at one time.
Do you see that remaining an issue even after the students come back?
We are currently waiting to see what the university is going to decide as far as whether classes are going to be remote for the fall. I believe they're making a decision this week. So we're waiting to hear back from them to see whether we're going to have access to interns in the fall. So that's something that we're looking forward to hear from what decisions are made. But in the case that the students do return, we do expect to welcome the volunteers back, depending on if we can ensure the safety of our clients and our staff, depending how COVID proceeds going forward.
And if the students do return, but they sort of can't work in that environment due to the requirements for the university, do you have a backup for additional volunteers?
Right. Currently, we're just waiting to see sort of what happens, because of course we still want to ensure the safety of our staff and our clients. So if we are able to accept volunteers, we will. But we have to assess the risk that come with having additional people in the drop-in center.
Crystal, do we have time for one more question?
We have about 1 minute.
All right, based on the findings, there was a finding for insufficient procedures relating to eligibility. Has that issue been taken care of? Because eligibility is going to be a crucial factor in getting the information that we would need to assess whether your program is important. I mean, has met its goals and objectives.
Yeah, that finding was actually specific to another program, not the Promise Zone, and not the Street Outreach program. And it was an issue with the documentation of the eligibility that has been corrected. It was actually corrected through the Department of Juvenile Justice in the way that some of the data is entered. It forces that assignment of a case number that the youth has been screened for eligibility, and that was actually done effective July 1 of 2019. But because the audit was looking back at the prior fiscal year, that's where it identified those cases where they didn't see the documentation. So it has been.
I hate to interrupt you guys, but we are out of time. I want to thank you all so much for being with us today and giving us all the information on your program.
Thank you.
Thank you. Marlene Feliciano, CCYS.
Has left the meeting.
Let's see what our next meeting is. Legal Aid Foundation at 1. So as we go through our challenge with the storm, okay? I didn't feel too bad. I noticed I've been watching the national news lately, and they have all kind of glitches with their WebEx or whatever platform they're using. People freeze up, and then they say, "Oh, we're gonna have to go to a break," or all kinds of stuff. So, considering we've been doing it pretty good.
My biggest struggle, I think, is I have a dog that's afraid of thunder. So.
Oh wow! Yeah, a lot of dogs are.
Well, mine's good. It's just
it is raining out there.
Here. Yeah, you're having lightning and thunder, and
yeah, over here too.
Yeah, it kicked me off for a minute, but I got back on.
I got myself, and just if you ever want to look at something, you got to work home for a long time. But I got an Ethernet, as recommended by Miss Virginia, and it changed my world as far as it's very consistent compared to anything. It's really worth the investment. I only paid. You can get a cord up to whatever. I only paid $17 for a 50-foot cord. You just connect your router, your internet service directly to your computer.
Oh, okay.
Instead of, yeah.
Okay.
So
I have
yeah.
to look into that. Let me turn my light on because it's so dark now because of the storm. So let me
work at home. It'll probably be worth it.
Oh, okay.
Well, consider yourselves privileged that I'm still on this phone call, on this video calling, because back in the day when it was thundering and lightning, your mama told you to sit down, cut off the lights, cut off the TV,
and be still. Anita, we weren't even allowed to touch paper, right?
I know.
I was a bookworm, and it's like, put your book down. That means your book. I'm like, sit there looking at each other, right? But in South Florida, you talk about lightning storms. Holy, I've been inside of a house. In fact, I decided I live right off the water, and I had my TV on. The lightning came right into my bedroom, right next to my bed, and hit my TV.
Oh,
It's very real. And it blew out my TV.
Oh my God.
And I've seen that happen twice, and yeah, I've seen lightning come real close to you. So that's why I don't know if that's everywhere, but in South Florida, it was a huge thing to shut everything down when a lightning storm would happen. So I guess too much information. I don't want to make anyone scared.
Look, I've forgotten about those childhood experiences.
You remember? Oh wow.
Yeah.
We got who's next? Let's see who's next. Legal Aid Foundation is next.
Okay.
They're already, I think they're Anita or Virginia, have all of the parties from that agency arrived yet, I guess?
Yes, Carrie and Brandy.
Okay, Madam Chairperson, they're ready. Let me tell you, Crystal, Maryland is having some issues coming in and out, so just be ready just in case something happens to her connection, okay?
I got you.
All right, I will make myself invisible.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Kevin
Can you hear me?
Forstoppel
Has joined the meeting.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right.
It looks like we lost Marilyn.
Kevin Forstoppel
Has left the meeting.
Oh, no, you're still there.
Still on. You're just, her picture's gonna go out, but she'll still be there.
Okay.
Leslie Powell Boudreau has joined the meeting.
Hello, Miss Brandy, how are you?
Leslie Powell Boudreau has left the meeting.
Just remind everyone to mute themselves when they're not speaking, okay?
Okay. All right. Are we ready? We're ready? All right. I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Hi, I'm Marilyn. Thank everyone for being here today. We're going to start out with team introductions, and at the end, we'll turn it over to the timekeeper. She'll introduce herself and then tell you a bit about the process for today. So I'll start with the introductions. My name is Marilyn McGee. I work at Florida State University, and I've been a member of the CR10 team for
Kevin
5
Forstoppel
years.
Has joined the meeting.
All right, James.
Good morning. Oh, good afternoon. I'm sorry. James
Leslie
Maduran
Powell
Jr.,
Boudreau has
City
joined
of
the meeting.
Tallahassee. I've been with the team for 1 year and I have 15 years of brand experience.
Thank you. Renee.
Unmute yourself, Renee.
Good afternoon. I am Renee Gatson. I work for Leon County Schools, and I'm a community advocate, and I've been with CHP 6 years.
Thank you. Marie.
Hi, my name is Marie Bryant. I work at Home Child Leon. I have been a citizen review team member for 3 years.
Thank you. Ryan.
Good afternoon. I'm Ryan Meadows. I'm with Florida Virtual School, and I've been on the Citizens Review Committee for 3 years.
All right. Yubi.
Good afternoon. I'm Yubi Brantley with the State of Florida Department of Management Services, and I've been with the review team for 3 years.
Thank you. James, did I call you already?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Crystal.
I don't mind answering again, though.
My name is Crystal Peltier. I'm with the Earl Bacon Insurance Agency. I have been on the CHSP team for 7 years now. Today, I'll also be your timekeeper. We'll have 20 minutes for questions and answers. The time will start after we allow you guys to do your introductions. We just ask if you could just limit it to your name and your role within the organization. As soon as your introductions are done, Dr. McGee will take back over and start off with our first question.
Another reminder, again, please mute yourselves when you're not speaking so that we can hear each other, okay? Thank you.
My name is Carrie Litherland. I'm the Executive Director of Legal Aid Foundation of Tallahassee. And today I have with me Brandy Thomas, who is our current president and active volunteer. We also have via phone Kevin Forstoppel, who is our immediate past president and active volunteer, Leslie Powell Boudreau, who is the Legal Services of North Florida Executive Director and our partner in this program. And we may have somebody else trying to hop on, which is Linwood Arnold, who is a board member and active volunteer with our Promise Zone programs as well.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and start the question and answer. And the first question we have is, how has COVID-19 impacted your operations, specifically this program and its implementation in the Promise Zone?
Thank you so much for that question. It's on everyone's minds. But before I dive into that question, I kind of want to give a little bit of background on our program so that the changes make sense. So for over 50 years, we've been providing our county with legal assistance to those who can't afford an attorney. We provide that quality representation through volunteer attorneys, and we focus on providing that support in civil legal issues, which is like landlord-tenant, family law, those types of issues, not criminal issues. The Promise Zone Legal Services Program is aimed at addressing a key gap in access to justice. The Legal Service Corporation, which is a national organization, reported that low-income Americans seek legal professional help for only about 20% of their civil issues. And the reasons why they do that is there's really three main reasons why they choose to do that. The first is they decide to go it alone, which is very dangerous if you are not comfortable in front of a judge, if you're not comfortable in the courtroom, or you don't know the laws to adequately represent yourself. The second is not knowing that the resources in your community even exist or how to access them. And the third, which is one of the top things that we try to address in this program, is not knowing that your issue is even a legal issue or has a legal solution to it. So in the Promise Zone, our neighbors, without a doubt, experience more barriers to justice in the legal system than any other of the communities locally. And it's without question that the significant population in Promise Zone need free legal assistance to address civil legal issues. And they can't access a legal aid organization, and that's mainly due to a lack of awareness, lack of education, transportation limitations to get to us, or restrictions on movement. So the Promise Zone Legal Services Program does a few major things to address these issues. The first is that traditionally—
Carrie, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but since we have like a shorter amount of time this year, we could really just stick to the questions and then the answers. That way we have a chance to get through all of the stuff we need to go over within the program. So right now, if you could just specifically address how COVID is affecting your ability to implement the programs, that would be the most beneficial.
Well, so a lot of the program is surrounded by or is in-person centric. So we go out to the community to raise that awareness level of what a civil legal issue is and how to access us. So and then we provide in-person clinics with that they're allowed to get a one-on-one attorney consult to address their problem, and it's free. It's a 30-minute consult with attorneys. So we of course have to figure out how to take this in-person centric program and figure out how to do it in light of COVID and health concerns. And it is really necessary that we figure that out because we know what's at risk for our clients. It's their houses, their livelihood, and their families. So right now, what we're doing, we are in the Leon County Courthouse, and we have to we're lucky enough to have this space. It's provided free by the county, but we have to follow the county rules. So we cannot have clients come into our office for appointments. So we've transitioned right now, until we have access to our office space, to phone consults. So our staff and our volunteer attorneys are interacting with our clients via phone. And we know that this does provide, or this isn't a solution that eliminates all of the barriers, because many in this area don't have access to a telephone or a safe telephone to be able to call in. So we are eager to get back into the office. However, we are proud that the numbers that we've been seeing through phone consults versus in-person clinics in the Promise Zone community have not changed. So we still are serving through these phone consults. It's just we recognize that we need to do more as quickly as we can in a safe way to make sure that everyone has access. Just like with the in-person clinics, people can sign up for appointments online. They can call our intake number and speak with one of our staff members and sign up for an appointment with an attorney to do that quick advice and counsel, 30 minutes. And we also are providing our applications outside the courthouse. So if somebody wants to come by the courthouse because they don't have access to online or phones, they can get an application and apply there for an appointment as well. To kind of combat the not being able to do these community events where we raise the awareness, We decided to do a costly but necessary tactic of sending direct mailers to individuals within the Promise Zone so that we could educate them on their rights, especially in the time of COVID, on unemployment rights, their landlord-tenant eviction rights, and what's happening with the courthouse if they have a different issue like family law or bankruptcy going on within the court system.
Carrie?
Yes.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I want to give team members an opportunity to ask any questions they may have. So if I'm going to sort of switch over to our team and see what questions they may have, and what you were going to say may come up in their questions, and you can answer it at that time. All right. All right, team, I'm going to open the floor up this time for questions.
I was curious as to how moving forward with the way things are, is this going to affect any of your collaboration efforts with the other partner agencies? Because I know you guys have had like really amazing collaborations with partner agencies. So is our current situation going to affect those any?
So as far as our collaboration with Legal Service of North Florida, it will not, and Leslie might be able to touch on that. They are also providing services right now and have made changes to their process, but are still serving clients. As far as our community partners, where we host these community mobile law for all clinics, we hope it won't. Again, that'll kind of depend on whether or not they are opening their doors. But we believe that as soon as these community centers and churches are opening up their doors, we will follow their procedures. And even if it means that we're limiting the number of people who are coming into the doors, that we would still will work with them. In addition, even if they don't allow us to host the clinics there physically, we still will provide all of our information so that anybody who's coming into their centers or their churches will have our information to be able to call us and set up those appointments as well. So we don't see any of our partnerships kind of falling to the wayside. You know, I think everybody that's doing work in this area knows that we've got to do something collaboratively to address their needs still through COVID.
The new program that you guys are applying for, the expungement program, does that pick up where the legal services in the Promise Zone kind of stops, where that handles more of the criminal aspect and the criminal legal advice, where the legal services kind of excludes all of that?
A little bit. So the expungement still kind of, it's one of those in-between areas. So it's a criminal attorney wouldn't take on those cases, a civil attorney would. So we're still offering those services to them. And back to your other question about collaboration, I apologize for not mentioning the expungement clinic, but we do think that we will be able to still have FDLE, the state attorney, our pro bono attorneys, the clerk's office, and judges in the same kind of one-stop shop, but maybe appear via Zoom on tablets to be able to address that solution as well. So yes, the expungement piece of it is a post interaction with the judicial system, and it's no longer it's trying to get something off someone's record, and it's no longer really a criminal proceeding where a criminal attorney would be involved.
Can you share with us what the impetus was for the expungement program?
Well, there's two things that kind of came into play. One, the community told us it was needed. We had community partners in the neighborhoods who were saying, we want to do this. We know you have access to these potential partners. We know that you have volunteer attorneys and you have trust within the community. So let's try and partner to see what we can do to bring everybody together. We also, in talking to other statewide legal services organizations, know that other places down south are doing this. Hillsborough County, for example, is doing it as well, and it's very successful. And so we wanted to bring kind of their structure of the program up to Tallahassee to see if we could implement it here and make some really significant changes for some of the folks in our community.
Have you seen with any of your other collaborative partners, like the legal aids within other states, have you seen any programs similar to the expungement clinic that are currently implemented in other areas?
Yes. So Hillsborough County, we basically took their exact structure and moved it over here. So they provide they kind of filter what we've decided to design is that a client who is eligible and they found out that they're eligible through workshops within the community will apply for services. If they're eligible for legal aid services, this is where the ask comes in, we would provide their filing fees for that so that they don't have that barrier to get their expungement if they were qualified for legal aid. If they're not qualified for legal aid, we could still help them through the process through other funding, but this would specifically help those who were in the promise zone and eligible for our services. And so what happens is we wanted to take this model that Hillsborough County did, where everyone's kind of in the room at the same time. You work with the volunteer attorney to get your petition and your forms and everything in place. You can run those background checks and do the fingerprints that you have to do with FDLE. Have the state attorney look over everything right there instead of taking months and months and months to do so. Have a judge there and the clerk to file it. And so that's what they do in Hillsborough County. And we literally it's best practices and just took it.
Are you guys currently using the pro bono attorneys for the expungement, just like you are for legal services?
We have one attorney, you might know her, Nancy Daniels. She was a longtime public defender locally, and she has in her retirement from the public defender's office decided to help legal aid address some of those expungement issues. So right now, if somebody comes to us with an expungement issue, we do refer them to Nancy Daniels as our volunteer attorney. Our goal with this clinic is that she and others who are familiar with this process will help mentor some of our other volunteer attorneys who aren't necessarily used to doing it but want to be involved in this. So right now we do have one attorney that is assisting with those through our program.
I have a question pertaining to the expungement program, because as you alluded in your application, a lot of people don't realize how even if you're not convicted, once you get arrested, almost every questionnaire asks you, have you ever been arrested? That's the key. And even though they tell you that even though you have been arrested, it does not necessarily mean you're not going to get X, Y, Z, you know, what the reality is. And having said that, what's the timeline? Because it's going to affect possible benefits, work, you name it, school. What's the timeline once you start the process? I know it's not as specific, but what's the general timeline that it would take to expunge your records so you can get back on track?
Well, that's a great question. Right now, and I probably could look it up, I probably should have looked it up right before we hopped on this call, but you can go to the website, FDLE's website, and see which applications they're processing. And I remember at the time of writing the application for this, they were more than a year behind. So if you applied today, it's at least a year before FDLE is even looking at your application to determine if you're eligible for it. Once you become eligible for it, then you have to go through the process of talking to the state attorney and getting a judge and then filing with the clerk. And that's if you know what you're doing. So there's a lot of times where an application will be sent in to FDLE and you might even be eligible for it, but you messed up on the application and you've got to start all over again. So that's why it's really important to have an attorney at your side from the start so that you can shorten that process. And again, that's why we're really trying to get FDLE in the room either during this clinic or have these applications submitted at once so that they're approving all of the legal aid applications to be moved on quickly so that our clients aren't waiting in this holding pattern of a year before they're even told if they're eligible. So at least a year, but more than a year, most likely.
Thank you.
Carrie, how are you guys planning on getting this new program out into the Promise Zone? Your application indicates that you guys are going to have educational workshops, but I don't think you're going to be able to do those right now. So how does that affect you implementing this particular program?
Right before COVID hit, we were talking with Talithia Edwards and the Bond Neighborhood Association to kind of pilot this first year with some other funding that we have. And so we are in conversation with our neighborhood partners to see what is most likely going to be able to happen in the fall. We would like to be able to do smaller, more more of them, but smaller amount of people in a room. So still doing those educational workshops in person if we can. I'm really proud to say that we've gotten a donation from Sustainable Tallahassee of 2,500 masks that we can distribute to anybody coming to any of our workshops, our clinics, or our volunteers. So we will be, and they're reusable too. So they're not just the disposable ones. They can take those home and wash them as well. So we will be providing those if we're allowed to. If not, we will most likely be doing what we've seen very effective in other areas of social media, doing those educational workshops either via a Zoom or a Facebook Live to educate, and doing some targeting marketing with those dollars to make sure that it's hitting the right neighborhood that we're trying to target. So that's kind of our most hopeful approach. And then if we can't do that, our backup approach.
Okay, and team, we're down to 4 minutes.
Thank you. I have a question regarding your cost per client because it's gone up a little bit over last year or the last grant application cycle. Is that because of the additional work required to do the expunging process, or was there another reason?
We increased so right now, legal aid has not included in our grant process before an ask to cover fees associated with clients. And so that does go into the cost per client when we take that on. And we've increased that in our budget as well. So we've increased the amount of money that we're able to provide to people who, when it's determined by a pro bono volunteer attorney that without this, they would not be able to access justice. So that would be something like having a court reporter at their hearing. So in case it needs to go to appeal, there's a record of what was said. And that's one example of those costs that we are trying to provide more of that raises our cost per client.
Okay.
I have one more administration question. Looking at your application, it indicated that your insurance, your liability insurance expired in March. Has that, if that's the case, has it been renewed?
Yes, it has. Yes.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any other questions? We have approximately 2.5 minutes remaining.
I have a question in terms of location and COVID, and knowing that you'll probably have to narrow things down a bit. And previously you provided services in some of the public housing sites. Will you still be able to do that?
It's really up to those community partners if they're going to allow us in there. Our hope is that they will. But if they provide the space, we will be there, and we will have our own protocols for safety for our volunteers and our clients. But as soon as they let us there, we will be there.
So right now, you're not in those sites at all?
Not right now, just because we're not allowed.
Okay. Any other questions?
Actually, I have one quick question that shouldn't take too long. Currently, how many attorneys do you guys have that are currently working as pro bono?
Have about 100, it's about 120 active volunteers right now. And so they could either be mentoring other volunteers, teaching CLEs, they could be taking actual cases, providing advice and counsel. That advice and counsel piece is how we can incorporate government attorneys. A lot of government attorneys feel like they can't take on full cases, but we want them to volunteer anyway. And so they can do those advice and counsel volunteer opportunities as well. So it's about 120 on any given day. Sometimes we, of course, so right now we're seeing some that we haven't seen in many years come back to us and say, I know you're about to see a whole bunch of evictions, let me help. And so we're seeing some increases, but traditionally it's around 100 to 120.
All right, well, team, we are now about 20 seconds from being out of time. So I want to thank you all so much for meeting with us today and going over all of your program.
Thank you guys for the opportunity.
Thank you all for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Take care.
Has left the meeting.
Kevin Forsthoefel.
Has left the meeting.
Who cares? We have a couple minutes. Big Ben Cares. That's the last agency at 1:30. You guys had twice the number of agencies on your team. So you are the troopers of the year. You get the trooper award for the year.
So that means that sometime we get to come together for food from,
Early's.
yeah.
That'll be fine too. As soon as we can eat in a place. I don't know when that'll be.
No, because it's getting worse, not better.
Yeah. It is something else.
Wow.
At least we're getting rain again. That's a good thing.
Yes, and if it would just go back to being 70 degrees, that would be great.
That would be even better. Yeah, if the temperature could go down, that would be a wonderful thing.
Yes.
I would agree with that for sure. For sure.
Okay.
Hey, Pat, I will have to step away at 3 for like 15, 20 minutes. So
no problem. That's fine.
Got to talk to the New Mexico Assistant Secretary of Education. I don't think New Mexico is going back to school. So.
Oh, wow.
Hey, let me ask you, Ryan, you got a couple of minutes. I wanted to ask you, what is going to be the policy for fall, possibly for the schools? Hey, Rob. I just want to get educated a little bit about what's happening in education.
I think they'll go back to school in Florida. How it's going to look, as we all know, it's up to each and every individual school district to kind of make determinations. I've already heard Broward County, you have to wear a mask. The private schools in Broward County are saying no. How do you socially distance? I don't know. Have a feeling that we're going to see, and I know I'm probably right, each individual school is virtual academy, especially in Leon, within their school. I just got an email about it from Gilchrist. My children don't attend there, but I still am on their listserv. And Gilchrist will see an uptick in the virtual academy within the school. You're going to see a lot more students choose alternative forms of education, where they do not have to go to a physical school building, i.e. virtual, homeschool, a couple of things. So, you know, I know that Arizona is planning to start. That's one of my states I deal with. But they're very seriously going back on that start right now. Hotspots. I have, out of the 5 largest districts in Arizona, 10, I have 5 of the largest districts. My coworker has 2. So together we serve 7 of the largest 10 districts in Arizona.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Yeah.
Here's my dire prediction, unfortunately, for United States in general. The school system is going to be the vector for spreading the COVID-19 disease. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to have a couple kids come to school. They got to go to lunch. You're going to have only so much distancing. They play together to a certain degree. It's going to be virtually impossible to stop once a few kids get infected, for the majority of the kids to get infected, to take it back to their parents, to take it, and eventually they're going to have a situation where they're going to have to stop school in almost every major city or period, because the kids, we know that younger people, even though they can die and have other issues, they're going to be pretty much the carrier now, unfortunately. And I'm not saying this gleefully. I just have a feeling that because the way the virus operates, it waits for a host to get it, and it waits for a large gathering of people, infects a couple, they become super spreaders, and once it gets in the community, it's all over. So I hate to say it, but I believe that's what's going to happen within the next couple months of school starting. And I hate to say it, but it's just to me, I don't even have to be I don't have to be Fauci.
Left the meeting.
That's just going to be reality. You cannot have a large gathering, which is a school, and once a couple people get infected, it's on.
Yeah. And speaking of that, we have Mr. Rob Renzi here, who's the expert in that area, healthcare. Rob, how are you doing this afternoon, Rob, on this stormy day?
I turned off Dr. Fauci to come to this, so.
Okay. Speaking of healthcare, Rob, are you expecting anyone else?
Dan, I believe, is on vacation, but I'm not, so I haven't talked to him.
Okay. Because we can wait till 1:30 just to make sure whether or not someone, the other person is coming. Would you like us to do that, Rob?
It's completely up to you. He's not going to talk anyway.
Oh, okay. Well, then I will leave that up to my Dr. McGee to make that decision then when we start.
All right, we can go ahead and start. I'm fine with that if the team's okay with that. Okay. All right. Well, then we will go ahead and get started. Thank you for joining us, Rob. We're going to start with team introductions. And once the team has introduced itself, we'll turn it over to Crystal, our timekeeper, and I'll give you an overview of what the process will be for today. So I will start with the introductions. My name's Marilyn McGee. I work at Florida State University, and I've been a member of the CRT team for 5 years. Ryan?
Good afternoon, Rob. I'm Ryan Meadows, and I work for Florida Virtual School, and I have been on this committee for 3 years.
Thank you. Yubi?
Good afternoon. I'm Yubi Brantley with the State of Florida Department of Management Services, and I've been with the review team for 3 years.
Thank you. Renee?
Hi, I'm Renee Gatson. I work with Leon County Schools, and I am a community advocate, and I've been with CHP 6 years.
Thank you. James?
Good afternoon, James Maduro Jr., City of Tallahassee. I've been with the review team for 1 year, and I have 15 years of grant experience.
All right. Marie?
Hi, Rob. Hey, my name is Marie Bryant. I work for Hotel Leon, and I've been on the Citizen Review team for 3 years.
Thank you, Marie. Crystal?
Hi, I'm Crystal Peltier. I'm with the Earl Bacon Insurance Agency. I have been on the CHSP review teams for 7 years now. I will also be your timekeeper today. We'll allow you to introduce yourself, and then we will turn it over to Dr. McGee, who will start off our questions, and we will have 20 minutes for that today.
Has joined the meeting.
So Rob, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm sorry. Rob Renzi, I'm the CEO at Big Ben Cares /CarePoint. And I've been here this is my 16th year.
Wow. Thank you, Rob. So I'm going to start the question, and if you could keep your response to 5 minutes. We would like to know how COVID-19 has impacted your program, and most specifically the implementation of this program in the Promise Zone. Can you share some insight on that?
So obviously, like everyone else, we have had difficulty with obtaining PPE. A lot of our patients have switched to telehealth. The challenge with that, especially in the Promise Zone, is the ability of the clients to actually have the necessary equipment to do a telehealth appointment. We went through a number of systems and finally settled on one where it basically sends you a text message. You just click the message and it takes you to the room. We tried it's a little more expensive, but it is by far the easiest to use. And that has seemed to work. We also have purchased some phones. So if clients do not have a phone and they're not comfortable coming in, we will actually take the phone out to them, stand outside, let them use it, and then wipe it down and bring it back. So as much as possible to make access available. Some of the more difficulty, Bond is doing a fabulous job with its COVID testing in FAMU, but Bond is here 2 days a week, and they have a full calendar of patients. So we have been basically just giving them my ARNP to see their patients in their medical record systems 2 days a week, free of charge, just so they can do what they're doing over there and still have their patients seen over here, the ones that want to come in or do telemedicine appointments. So those are, it's far from business as usual, but we're making do.
Thank you. At this time, I'll turn it over to the team so we can begin the question process.
Are you guys able to utilize any funding as far as like drawing back off of Medicaid or anything like that for those that are qualified that aren't currently receiving Medicaid benefits?
So we can, certain things are billable to HHS directly. COVID testing is one of them, and some other base services, but uninsured patients are still uninsured patients. You can't bill for them. One of the challenges is there, if you know medical billing, every procedure you do has a CPT code, which you submit to billing. The CPT code for COVID services has not yet been invented. So I actually get paid for the uninsured person, and I cannot get paid for the insured person right now. It's the topsy-turvy world.
Rob, have you seen a decrease in the number of patients you serve? I know in some instances it was impacting people's desire to go and receive care. Are you seeing any of that?
So certainly telehealth, it's unfortunately it's one person per the service per time. So the ability of a doctor to work on one patient while the nurses are working on two others in the waiting rooms, it basically reduces your capacity by 60%. And then the big issue was in the dental program, because unnecessary medical procedures meant really everything except extractions and dental procedures where people were in pain. So our dental practice was closed for about 64 days. Nothing, zero, no patients.
Okay. And so does this have a negative impact on the monies coming in that can be used for certain things?
Yes, because the dentist would still like to get paid. And there's nothing, she's literally, I had her some days working a temp check table. So we have a temp check table, and we make everybody wear a mask when they come inside. And I basically had her doing that just to keep her busy.
Okay.
Actually explain to me what is the name of this program, and also what, I might be saying the wrong word, but what it entails.
So the program is really just two very simple things. It's paying the ARNP to see uninsured patients that we are not in the low income pool for Leon County. That's not money we receive. But the bigger issue is if I see John and John isn't insured and he needs labs and medicine, that is where the frustration is. So almost, I think 35,000 of the money we ask for is directly to pay for if an uninsured patient cannot afford their prescriptions, we want to be able to make sure they receive them at no cost. And I can't do that. Even with the 340B drug pricing, there is always a cost. And labs are, if you talk to anybody in healthcare, labs are very expensive right now, and they are very slow because shockingly, every lab is doing nothing but running COVID tests. So if I want to check your cholesterol, instead of getting that back in 3 days, I might get it back in 3 weeks.
And Rob, it's just a follow-up question. Thank you, Marie, for asking that. And it's because, correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of that funding that you do have as well is restricted to the HIV, STD portion of Big Bend Cares, correct? Am I understanding that correctly, right?
Correct. And this is, so when we expanded in 2017, this is primary care, specialty care, dental care, whatever patients need. It was part of our agreement with the CRA is that we would see uninsured patients at no cost to them. It is a challenge. I know some of you know bond and neighborhood or FQHCs. And what that does is actually forces them to have a sliding fee scale. And what we are finding, and because bond is in my building, using the facility all the time, patients, if they're sick, they will pay the $5 or $7. It's not a lot for the sliding fee scale to be seen. But especially in the promise zone and socioeconomically challenged people, they are not going to pay the $7 for a wellness check. They're going to take that $7 and use it for groceries or gas in their car. So there is this population, and I'm going to be honest, they're very proud people. And if I owe you $24, there are a number of people who feel like they're not going to come until I can pay you the money I owe you. So having a system that's really designed on preventative care where you don't owe us anything, just come, is sort of what we're trying to make sure that, and obviously we are smack dab in the promise zone on the south side. So that's one of the goals of what we do.
Hey, Rob, I see you have a high dollar fundraiser coming up in a couple of days. Are you going to be able to do that, or do you have any plans for replacement?
It was a high dollar fundraiser. So Artopia, usually about 800 people at the Civic Center and about 400 pieces of art. The Civic Center actually made the decision for us. We weren't allowed to do it. It is an all virtual online happening still on Saturday, the original date, from about 400 pieces down to about 50. Now, I do lose all the expenses of all the food and alcohol at the Civic Center, so it'll still be profitable, but typical sponsorship for Artopia is about $15,000. And I can't give you $15,000 worth of value on a 1 hour live auction. So our top dollar amount's $2,500 this year. And we do have some sponsors who we do business with and trying to help us through a hard time as well. So it will make some. Will it make $100,000?
I have a question for you. For this particular program, have you guys applied in other areas of CHSP, such as the basic needs category?
So the other place we apply is for the HIV program, nothing for basic primary care, dental care, or medicine there.
I have a quick question. I was wondering, how did you get the word out? Because I know in the past they looked at Vivian Cares as only focusing on HIV. How did you change the dynamics where people want to look at your, your center just for HIV, but a host of care for all others?
So I think that's part of why the separate name that we use for this building, we use CarePoint, and we try to not cross market at all, that this is open for anybody. And we try to partner with other people and then advertise that they're here. So FSU College of Medicine, I know they were all furloughed from TMH and their residency program. We have taken them all in. So FSU College of Medicine is here every day. Bond is here. TMH is here. Dr. Ford's office is here. So we sort of advertised that it's CarePoint and it's all these other physicians, not Big Ben Cares, even though Big Ben Care staff is in the building.
Rob, I have a question regarding the use of telehealth and, with transportation being a barrier there in the Promise Zone, not everyone having a vehicle or being able to get there. And I know you offer some transportation services. What do you envision this looking like for the Promise Zone, say post-COVID? Will you still use telehealth and some transportation?
So I think it's three-pronged. Yes, I think there are people who really like telehealth and want to stay with it. There are people in the elderly population or vulnerable population, and as our COVID expert on the thing was telling us about the schools today, I do think it's probably going to be around for a bit, and they are more comfortable with telehealth. We have 3 vans that pick people up. We have sort of rearranged that it's one person in the van only, to your house and back, van driver mask, passenger mask, temp checks at the building, temp checks before you get in the van with a little gun that you put at the head. And so I think it'll be, and then we typically give out bus tickets, and we have moved away from public transportation. I think it's a very difficult, even though Star Metro has tried to do the best they can, it's still putting too many people in too fine a spot. So we have sort of shifted away from that and spent more money and gas in the vans for individuals, because telehealth is great, but there are many times you actually have to touch somebody. They need to be seen in the office.
Hi, Rob. I have a few questions regarding your proposed fiscal year budget. Could you explain the $2.8 or $2.797 million of the fund balance change that gets you to the 3.1 for your revenue?
So all of that is in drug costs and drug cost wholesale. So we buy a huge amount of drugs, and we either A, give them to people who are uninsured, or B, we resell those drugs to your insurance. So if I have Capital Health Plan, I buy the drugs and then I sell them to whatever the drug manufacturer has negotiated with Capital Health Plan. And there's oftentimes a profit there. So the fund balance is the up and down of the difference between what I purchased drugs for and what I sold drugs for.
Okay, and then a follow-up to that. So I'm noticing that this particular program is taking the brunt of the overall agency expenses. Is that due to the building on the south side?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It has a $82,416 mortgage payment every month. That takes up a huge section of my monthly budget.
And just to let everyone know, we're down to the last 5 minutes.
Okay, piggybacking on Crystal's comment, I was looking at the salaries for the various positions, and especially I saw, like, for instance, the executive director, CFO, the dentist went from like $84K to $206. The chief talent officer went from $29K to $82K. The development officer went from $28K to $78K. So I'm just wondering, can you just expound a little bit on those disparities, or, big jump in salaries?
The dentist only worked in the prior fiscal year, only worked 3 months. So her salary was 3 months now versus 12.
Okay.
The chief talent officer worked 4 months in the last fiscal year. This is now for 12.
Okay.
And the development officer, I didn't really have one. It was a volunteer person, a younger volunteer and event coordinator, and this person was added the same time as a talent officer. So again, it's a part-time versus now being here for the full year.
Okay, so it's extrapolated from partial salaries to full salaries.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
And for the dentist, She went from due to demand for dental services on the south side. She went from a day and a half every week up to 3 days a week.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm still on your proposed budget. And so I'm gonna go, I've done the section that's miscellaneous / other expenses at 900,000. And I just want to address the $537,000 expense of depreciation, as well as the $270,000 for the interest expense. And I mean, if you could just elaborate on some of those, because typically I don't believe that depreciation is included as an expense.
It's in our financial statements as an expense. So depreciation is depreciation on all the medical equipment, not the building. So we received, before we opened, $1.5 million from the city and the CRA funds, and all of that was used to purchase all the medical equipment inside the building. That needs to be depreciated over the life of the equipment, so that's the depreciation. And I'm sorry, what was the other part of your question?
It was relating to the 80,000 in public relations and the 270 in interest.
So the 270 is interest on the mortgage for the year. And it's also the CRA's money is spread out over 4 years. And to make sure we got all the equipment from day one, we borrowed against their payments. So we have a second loan that is a $1.5 million loan with one annual payment of $375,000 that the CRA makes, but we're responsible for the interest on that loan quarterly. So those two combined. The public relations expense is our marketing of CarePoint with more community. Well, it's just more now. So we have a 50% in kind, 50% we pay. So we get, our budget is to give them 80, and then they give us $160,000 worth of marketing. So that's to develop all our letterhead and Facebook posting and all. To maintain our website is expensive because our patient portal is integrated into our outward facing website. So if you go to the CarePoint website and you're a patient, it accesses your medical records. So there's some extra costs in the security of that because you're actually accessing the patient portal and your medical records.
And we're about down to our last 30 seconds. Does anybody have anything really super quick? If not, thank you, Rob, so much for being with us today and answering all of our questions.
Thank you. Appreciate your
Thank you,
time.
Ron.
Stay safe.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, that was a stretch, and then we got a little stretch more. I know everyone is tired a little bit. Madam Chairperson, you want to take a break to 2 o'clock, and then we actually start back on, and we actually transition to the award letters, transition to the next step. Okay, so let's take a small break and come back at 2 and get a cup of coffee or tea or whatever you need. Crystal, get you some more, another of your condensed espresso shot. And
I'm not allowed to have it.
pretend like we got chocolate candy all over your desk, the tables the way we normally do, and pretend like I got that whipped cream and fresh strawberries and cake for you, all that good stuff. Just pretend that it is at your tables, okay? And I'll see you back at 2 o'clock. How are you today, Miss Marie?
Just fine.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what I forgot to tell you.
Okay.
I got a daughter at CCYS. That's why I couldn't say nothing.
Oh, okay. I understand. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I understand. Yeah. And you can just, yeah.
Yeah.
And And don't share it. We're not on recording, so thank you for sharing, but don't share it any further because I don't
No,
want
I'm
it to
done.
be public.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, I remember that. I forgot. Yeah. In fact, there are quite a few. I've had other volunteers too who at some point in their family system have used that service. Yeah. It's not in fact, it was funny because one of my volunteers, I met her daughter. She's a grown adult now, you know. She's doing magnificent. Career-wise, everything.
That's good.
Yes.
That is real good. But this is very good. This is very good. It was too fast. Definitely too fast. But I was able to keep up. I told Renee I was still able to keep up.
Yeah. Yeah. So when they're, to recognize though, because of that, when they're talking about CCYS, you have to stay silent. Okay.
And I remember now.
Okay. We don't, whether even if it's a pro or a negative, we cannot share. Because bias, whether it's good or bad, is still bias.
People don't understand the ones or two of us that are involved in the community. Be very careful how we carry ourselves because once we finish with this, I'm going back.
Right.
And I don't want to have none of my personal feelings. If I experience something bad, I just experience it. But I don't like to share some of the negative. If some things be too negative to share, I always have to remind myself I'm going back where I came from. That's in the community.
Right.
Yeah, I have to remember to make sure I'm politely interrupting and cutting people off because some of them are my customers.
Yeah, you do good. You do good. You do good.
I just go like, so sorry.
I thought you did a great job. So no problem there. And they know that's part of what we have to do. I mean, right? And so it's a small town. But we're, it's interesting though, because although very seldom have I ever seen prejudice brought in. And if I ever glimpse it, I'll make sure that volunteers never on that team again. Because I can watch people and know if they're being biased or not. I've been around a long time. So
I think it's important to be able to compartmentalize and separate. And that's what I tell people in the office too. I said, listen, this is business. It's not personal.
Right. That's what I
like you as a person, but you suck as an employee. So sorry.
When I first got hired, one of the comments that would come to me, and I'm not from this town, so I say that, I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but I'd have sometimes people would ask me to break some of the contractual rules because they were Black and I was Black. And I had to let them know. I said, but money is green. It is not the color of either one of us in this room or any other person that I know. And it's like, it's not my money. Okay. And so, so I had to really set the boundaries because I'll do the world for you, as far as helping agencies. And Marie knows that in the community, I'll do the world for you. I'm just not going to break any rules, and I'm not going to break any laws, and I'm not going to do anything unethical. And that's my boundary. Everyone knows that's my boundary. Okay. So, but as long as you treat everybody fairly and consistently the same, then people will respect that over time.
Right. That's my sentiment in my when I was hired for the city of Tallahassee. I told them, all my boss to ask you that same question. What happens in case of this and that? I said, listen, you could give me any directive you want as long as it's legal and not unethical, because unethical for some people can mean different things. I said, if my moral compass tells me I can't do it, with all due respect, I'm going to disagree, not do it, including say lose my job. I'll just document it. But if I have to go,
I mean, I have yet to, and I've said no many times, and I know now I can tell you now what I've experienced is what they call it, you know how, but I've never gotten fired for not being ethical. Now, I have had other things happen to me with pay and other ways people can go after you, institutional kinds of racism or discrimination, whatever word you want to use it. But I've had that happen quite a bit in my career throughout the years. At times when I refuse to do certain things, or they kind of assess you and say you're not a player, you know, on the team. And I'm saying that's fine, because I own a team. My mom is mine anyway. So, and but I'd rather go to sleep at night and be able to live with myself. I've long ago realized what's most important, and it's my spiritual sense of self. And I could go to sleep at night, and I don't have to worry about, did I do something, this or that I felt uncomfortable with, because I would have said no to it.
Right.
So I think in the grant world, you really got, if you're unfair, you'll get assassinated eventually. Because once it hits the streets, you lose your reputation, as you should. And then I'm real fortunate. I work, like my little immediate team with Anita, Virginia, and so I work with very ethical people too. Tiffany Harris, I've been working with her for a long time as well from the county. I'm getting to learn the new people, and they seem pretty decent people, but I've been lucky that we're very ethical people to work with, That makes it a lot easier too.
Pat, I just want to reiterate that, because that is probably my favorite thing about doing this, is how ethical I feel that you all are and how fair this whole process is. I truly believe that.
Thank you.
That's why I signed on again, and will definitely again. It is it's super important.
It really is. And I think one of the overriding principles that we've done with CHSP over the years, and that's why you see even people that may have a relationship with someone, that they don't let that guide their decision making. We have some very great volunteers. And I always tell people, you meet the best people. If you think about the kinds of people who do volunteer in a community, particularly those who do it consistently, you're going to meet a caliber of people that you won't necessarily get in your regular life, not to that intensity.
Yeah,
we get the experience. Is everyone here yet? Because can you see the screen now? Let's see who's here. Looks like everybody's back. You guys ready to go back to get back to work? Give me one moment to get some more water, and then I'll be ready. You can go ahead and pull out your notes for Big Brothers Big Sisters. That's the first agency. So go ahead and pull up your assessment guides for that agency. Okay, we're officially getting ready to start back, and we can go ahead and get started officially. Anita and Virginia, I think they're here.
Yes, we're good.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and get started back. And so I just want to tell you the next steps of the process will include, the first thing we do is create this award letter, the same award letter that you're looking at from the previous citizen review team. And so I've broken the analysis. It conforms with the assessment guide instrument that you have to complete on each agency and programs. And so this is the first step. The second step, we will rank, order, prioritize the programs. If one of you, Virginia or Anita or Sala, can count the number of programs on this team, with the first, your number one ranked program is the program you feel is the most important program, has the capacity, et cetera, to address the needs in the Promise Zone. And then the last ranked program will be what you feel is the least important or least significant program. The last that we do today, that we'll do on the third day is we'll actually do the funding recommendations. That's the last part of the steps. So just so we can expedite the third day's workflow that we have, which is we're starting now. We will start with each agency. We're looking at several categories for each agency, the agency's overall capacity to implement the program effectively. The second part looks at program design, and that's the section specific to the program in your application. Looking, did the agency clearly document the need for the program? Did they clearly define the program's target population? When you looked at the activities and goals, objectives in the program, are they sufficient to address the needs in the of the target population? And are they sufficient to be able to obtain the outcomes that the program proposes to fulfill? Okay, so that's the second part. The third part is the ability of the agency to effectively implement the program with the consideration of the impact of the COVID-19 virus. That's why you had that question. And then the last part is that the agency justify and clearly explain and give us a breakdown of the funding requests. And so those are the 4 different areas. We're going to have to work faster than we normally have worked because you guys have had several additional agencies added to this team, which is to my, which is mind-boggling. But here we are. I'm looking at, and I'll kind of defer to Crystal as well as Dr. McGee as far as how to expedite this as fast as possible. What we've done before is assign certain tasks as well to various members on the committee. That has helped expedite things. Crystal, you're really good about the fiscal part. So Crystal, kind of make you primarily responsible for the CHSP funding requests for each program, that you do the research on that. We'll be doing it together, but also just wanted to make sure I have someone who takes on that primary responsibility. Maria and of course Renee will be our neighborhood experts, so we will use them for consultation in general. As far as Dr. McGee, what role would you like to play? I don't know if you want to look at the, or Ryan, you're probably just as, do you want to look at, which one of you would like to look at the documentation of need and target population? Because I want one person to look at that, another person to look at the outcomes for each program. If it's a new program, you're going to look at the measurement framework because that's a proposed plan for their program evaluation. So Dr. McGee, which would you prefer, the documentation of need and target population or the outcomes? And I'll ask that of yourself as well as Ryan.
I can do the outcomes.
Okay, so you focus on the outcomes, and then Ryan, you'll focus on whether or not they have given you local data, sufficient data to adequately identify and justify the need for the program. And did they clearly identify the target population? We're particularly looking at target populations identified as people who really need those resources, okay? So let's see what else I want to do. And then UB, if I could make you, if you could take responsibility, UB, as far as looking at, and I think all of us to some degree would take the lead in looking at the program. In the program description, we want to make sure that they clearly describe all elements and components of the program. And one of the scenarios I always like to use as an example, if you were putting your kid or your family member in that program, what information would you want to know? You want to know what is the eligibility criteria. You want to know how do I enroll in the program? How intense is the program? What kind of activities the program has me participate in? When do I terminate that program? How frequently are the services provided in that program? Okay. And with that, we'll go ahead and get started. And the first one, you know what let's see who else I can pick on here in this group. Nobody else to pick on. May have to do this. Who has already pulled out all of the award letters?
I have them.
Okay, Miss Marilyn. So here's what we'll do, because it seemed to work. It expedited things yesterday. Well, not just yesterday, throughout. And if you guys can think of a better way to do it that I haven't thought of, let me know and we can adapt accordingly, okay? So want to look at the award letters. Big Brothers Big Sisters does not have a award letter applicable to this for this team, because this is for their first time applying. But as we go through them, what we'll do is we'll look at the award letter and look and see if there are any. First of all, were there issues and concerns noted in the award letter? Do we feel like they adequately address those concerns, or are those concerns not present? And then if there are certain recommendations from that award letter that we carry over into the award letter for this current funding period, okay? And with that, Meryl, you have nothing to reference on this one. So any comments you want to make about the overall agency itself? And that's just in general. Any general?
I do. I would like to notate that they have a great COVID accommodation. Like, they've definitely kind of thought out on ways to implement their program, and their ability to replace grants with fundraising.
I wanted to address, I don't know, I think maybe somebody's on mute. Does anybody else hear the background noise? Maybe
I probably got to go. I don't know, Virginia, somebody might need to help me with my mute, because it's hard for me to go up and down and try to write everything, because I probably am creating background noise too.
I just wanted to reference, hopefully you guys can hear me okay now. Thanks. I wanted to say that the biggest thing with them, and I know, Pat, you said that we could look at it, but their budget was only partial to me as well. Crystal and I both had questions about that in here. That is a big concern that I have. I agree with what Crystal said, but looking at their overall budget here, it does not list the overall budget of the agency. This was the one that only gave us the program manager and no one else within there. And I wanted to see that, and I felt that it was kind of glossed over personally with the actual agency.
Did we lose Pat?
It's going to be hard for me to go mute and unmute. So if you can't hear, let me know. As far as that's actually a finding, because if a failure to complete a mandatory form when it concerns the budget, that's considered a finding.
They did say they had it though. Correct me, everybody. They did say it was in another application in another area.
It is in another application. I mean, if you wanted to see it, it's still a finding because it's not in this application. I think she sent us an email, Anita or Sala. I think she did send us an email. Let's see. And I don't know if it, Anita, are you aware of an email sent by Alva to us?
Let me check. I'll check.
Yeah, if you could. Hopefully she didn't just send it to me. I may need to check, but I'll do that in a little bit. I'll do that after we finish today because I don't want to go in and out and may lose my place. But that was one issue of trying to assess this. Anything else?
I will say that the only thing we got after day one of doing our thing was we did get America's Second Harvest, their current 990 from Sarla. And then we did get the budget from another team, or the financial statement, updated financial statement, but it didn't do much for their cause. So.
Okay. Well, I think you got an updated audit, right? An updated audit from Boys and Girls Club. So you got that. Okay. I'll look after today. Once we finish, I'll go back in and see what Alva sent us. Okay.
She sent the revised salary information worksheet. Well, it wasn't an information worksheet, but it's an Excel sheet.
For the entire agency. Okay. I guess since we sent the other stuff, go ahead and can Virginia or Sala send that to all the volunteers? Because I guess it will determine your funding recommendation. It still remains a finding, but you'll at least have that information to make your decisions, okay? Just one more thing to explain, because James, this is the first time you probably saw the way that we do this, just for you to know, is as I write comments, I'm not going to make them pretty because we don't have time. I basically am writing in a shorthand format that I'm very familiar with. And then after I finish, that's when I actually take that time and actually thoroughly write the letters. I go back and we reference everything. If you reference an audit, I have to go back in the audit and give the precise citation in that audit. If you reference fiscal policies, I have to go back into the fiscal policy or whatever. So it takes weeks to get all of these 10 teams letters done. But just so you understand, I am writing in shorthand, okay, to expedite.
Gotcha. So just like a rough draft, yeah, just like the rough draft, and then we clean it up later.
Yeah. Because if I sat here and clean it up, you would kill me.
I remember those days. I got you.
The time it takes to really get one done can be quite laborious. Any other comments? Let's move it. We want to at least get a couple done today. And I don't mind if we move around, okay? Because I know, was it Crystal or either Ryan, your comment, I think it was you, Crystal, but this is, well, since we started accommodations regarding the COVID, any other comments you want to make about COVID in relationship to Big Brothers Big Sisters? And you did ask me to let you know if any programs are on different teams. This program is on Team 8, which is youth recreation, mentorship, and character building. So this program is funded on on a different team, and that's for the whole county. Okay.
So for the other schools, this one is just specifically Riley.
Yeah. The other one is for them to go in any school. They can go in any school in Leon County. Any other comments about, let's roll it, comments about Big Brothers, Big Sisters?
I thought it was great they were willing to, or knew they had to implement this program differently at Riley. and listen to the needs of the community.
When you say differently, what is different?
Well, because
I'm
the
just trying
needs
to-
there are different, so they want to make sure that they meet the needs of the students or bigs or littles that they will be working with, so that they're going to take that feedback from the principal and the students and use that to do the matching.
That and their collaboration with Walmart to get the laptops at cost.
Yeah.
Walmart.
That's a COVID-19 that has nothing to do with the Riley program, but we'll put that including purchasing of computers, laptops, and other technology to, okay. And then the agency noted that it will tailor services to Riley based on stakeholder. Okay. All right. You don't have to wait for me to stop typing for you to speak. Just like act like you treat me when I'm in person. You don't care. Remember how you don't talk at one time? Right there. No, don't do that. You're going the same way.
People are nicer.
Should we be specific in terms of what the tailored services were? Because one of the things I personally liked about them is I feel like they had a plan A, which is their normal, how they'd operate overall, then a plan B, COVID, then a plan C, going back to school. Obviously, that was last week before the hotspot happened, saying that there would be limited interaction with the big brothers and big sisters. But I think it's important to note that they were the A and C.
Yeah, that's also a COVID. That's a COVID response in general.
But do y'all recall if they said school does not come back in, did they ever, because I missed them because I was trying to get Renee set up. Did they say what would be the next thing that they would do if say school don't return in the fall? How would they continue to implement this program?
I think Alva addressed it with their matching process and the fact that they've already matched their students, the littles with the bigs, and they would just continue that ongoing relationship remotely.
Okay.
Through virtual meetings.
Yeah.
Okay.
It sounds like what they're doing currently already. So they already have that in place and they just continue it on. And it sounded to me like it would be kind of a back and forth, like, okay, they might be able to get together, social distance, face masks, hand sanitizer, the whole 9 yards. And then if they needed to, they could go back to, like you said, going just to a virtual format.
And what about their fundraising? Was it a lapse in their fundraising or what since COVID hit? Or did I didn't really look at the fundraising piece into full detail. But how is their fundraising look like?
Marie, they actually have implemented additional grant writing to make up for the loss in fundraising. That's what I have in my notes anyway. So if anybody has anything any different.
Yeah, the same thing. Basically, they said they realize they have less funding, but they're going to ramp up the grant writing activities to see if they can compensate for it.
Okay, thank you.
And just because I know that Anita and Pat know I'm a bit picky about this, as I'm sure some of you all are, I just looked at the salary sheet that she sent over, and it's only listing an enrollment specialist, a program coordinator, and a match support specialist. So to me, it's still an incomplete. salary analysis of what they have, or salary information, I should say, for Big Brothers Big Sisters. Ooh, tongue-tied.
I don't know why, because that requirement has been a part of CHSP forever. That is not a new requirement. And the FTE for the ED is, we deliberately made it a hard set so you can't remove it, because you want to see you do want to see the different salary ranges between all of the staffing. That's a part of it. It's always been mandatory.
I mean, I would definitely notate it that their salaries, their updated salary information still does not match their submitted application.
So the salary information.
It's only 3 people.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry, Pat. It's only 3 people that are on that Anita just sent us, because I just pulled it up because I wanted to see it since we just had talked about it. And like I said, it only has 3 people. So to me, last time when I was on this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Marilyn, Crystal, Marie, any UB, it's just odd. Like, why are they trying to keep that? My concern would be then is that, are the salaries of the CEO, COO, whomever they are, that far out of range?
Right, and they're only listing 2 staff members on their salary information on their submitted application, and then their updated spreadsheet indicates that there are 3 paid staff.
So I need to look at the application and that revised form.
Correct. Those are numbers that we feature.
Okay. And I don't know if I missed something, Crystal, but did you say that there was even with the document, it's not consistent with the budget worksheet? So you want me to look at that too? So the budget, okay. So the budget worksheet, well, it's not gonna agree with the budget worksheet if you don't have all the salaries in it. Is that what you're referring to? Because the budget worksheet is gonna reflect whatever is in the salary information form. It'll be in the personnel, but on the budget worksheet, it'll be more because it also includes benefits like workers' compensation, healthcare, et cetera.
Right. So the salary information on their application lists executive director at 0 and a program manager at proposed at 45,000.
Right.
No other employees. Yet on the revised that they just sent us, they list an enrollment specialist, a match support specialist, and a program coordinator. So it seems to me that that they're trying to implement a program, but they're not really sure which staffing is going to be allotted, or what portion of the staff is going to be allotted to Riley.
Mm-hmm.
I just looked at their Form 1, Section 5, and they said they have 15 employees.
Okay, so that's pretty, okay. So I probably need to,
15 FTEs rather.
Okay.
It could be 7 employees. Yeah. If they're part-time. But we have to guess at what that is if it's not clear.
Well, you can only make a budget decision, allocation recommendation based on budget information submitted, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the reality.
Well, playing devil's advocate on that, I do feel like their ask for the program in general is a reasonable ask for, the long-term effects of the program itself. No doubt about it, they've totally messed up their salary and their budgeting. But I do feel like the program itself is a reasonable ask.
I guess you guys will have to decide that, because right now you don't know if those positions are already paid for. So when you say what's a reasonable ask, I guess you have to know what are you being asked for, and only way you know if you're being asked to pay for positions or not you'd have to know what the positions that are already there. If those positions are already a permanent part of the organization and they already are funded, then you won't know necessarily if you're double funding a same position. So you've got to, I think you did ask folks for the information. We have bent over backwards to give people extra time to give you additional information. If folks don't give it to you, that's a choice decision, and you have to make those tough decisions because you've got to be fair to every applicant on this team. With that, let's go ahead and finish our analysis. Okay. Any other general comment about the organization, or do you want to go right to the program?
Well, I have another question about the way we do salaries, because I don't know how many programs they have, but basically the one for Riley's is at least 50%, or actually over 50% of their of the salary base for the overall agency. So my question to the team members is, do we look at like how much, if this is just a general program and it's 50%, over 50% of the salary, are they trying to put most of the costs in this program versus the rest of the agency?
Right now, James, you don't know, because the Form 1 lists that the agency has 15 FTEs, which means 15 full-time positions. So you don't have a way to know what percentage of what. Yeah.
Okay.
Without the full salary information worksheet laid out for you to determine what percentage of ask is to Promozone versus you don't know. There's nothing to compare to. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and look at the program in general. I mean, agency note, it would tell us services to our liaisons, take our feedback. Okay, how about documentation of need? Did you get documentation of need data? And I guess since this is specific to, I do need you to understand that, and I'm assuming that maybe Anita could help me, that Riley census is mainly in the Promozone, because we're not interested in just serving the Promozone schools. This money is for Promozone residents, because the schools sometimes have busing, they go from different areas, but we're really interested in providing the services to Promozone residents, so that we don't just, that's the intent of this money, so that it's not spread so thinly that it does nothing. We're trying to deal with areas of concentrated poverty. And that's why it's it's neighborhood, it's census tract driven. It's not driven by a school, it's driven by census tracts. Let's talk about documentation of need. And with that, I guess when you're looking at documentation of need, is there documentation that demonstrate that the students at Riley are in the Promozone census tracts, for example, that type of data, so you can documentation of need? So I don't know, I think that was, Ryan had to step out. Ryan, are you still there?
Yep, I'm here. Sorry, I was nodding my head and chatting away. Yeah.
Okay.
So looking, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Pat.
Go ahead. Give us an assessment, and you guys can go tell them what section. So we're going to go to documentation of need in the program. Okay. And I just want everybody to be on the same page as you when you speak. And that would be section 1.4 of the application, if you want to follow on while Ryan reports that back to us. Okay, go ahead, Ryan.
Yes, when they talk about who are they defining overall, I think it's absolutely highlighted within question number 1, define the client demographics of the program's target population. The target population is first, second, and third graders at Riley. One thing I did notice through this and reading over their entire application, and probably being the educator that I am, I get why they chose the younger grades and tried to target it as specific. This is also where students have risk factors, they say, due to poverty, homelessness, or unstable home life. And 22 in last year's school year, 18-19, of the youth served in this school-based program lived in a two-parent household. 71% lived in a household with an income of less than $50,000, and then 86 qualified for free and reduced lunch. And I will note, as I think we all should know or know, free and reduced lunch as well is self-reported too, so that number could be higher.
I think I'm going to go on the opposite side though, because I feel like they don't address the census tract or the target populations. They're just saying, hey, here's Riley, they're in the promise zone, so this is who we're serving. Like Pat pointed out, it's not necessarily the promise zone residents. They're just picking up the school because it's in that location. And they also, like, they skip question 2, they skip question, I mean, they don't really elaborate on question 5. They, the unduplicated clients and servicing, they skip that question as well. So, I mean, I feel like they throw out a lot of statistics, but they aren't like directing the question. They aren't answering the questions directly to the promise zone.
And piggyback it on Crystal, my notes right on the side was more clarity needed on social problems, number of students targeted, and not specific on target populations. And that was my notes, and that's why I went from a 3 to a 2 in my assessment. I felt like they gave us a lot of information, but it wasn't targeted. And this specifically, the criteria specifically asked for, to get a 3, you need to be more targeted. So they gave general information. We know that the kids are primarily in that zone that would need assistance, but they didn't give us the meat and potatoes to me to really hone in on that. So that's my assessment of it.
I agree with Crystal and James. And then also they say, who their target population is. And 6 to 12 Leon County Title I designated elementary schools. Right. So that doesn't necessarily mean the people in those schools are from the promise zone.
Exactly.
I will say it's not written in here, and I know we can't go off of any of that, but I don't know how we'd even put it as a finding, Pat, is that they could be tracking this through the guidance department and specifying particular students. They should have put that in there, though. That's the key, and they did not, especially the part about question number 2 where they talk about does the target a special need, domestic violence, for example, et cetera, maybe, child abuse. That would be extremely helpful because obviously schools within the promise zone, lower socioeconomic, those have higher instances of domestic violence for the students and also child abuse as well, which is extremely important to address. They probably are, but they didn't put it in there, basically, is my point.
Yeah, I understand all that too, but then I don't know, maybe it's just me. I'm just thinking like we say that these people probably not in the promise zone, but is that really ideally somebody would bus their kids to Riley School from outside of the promise zone?
Depends on where you're zoned for, based on where you live. So if that school is closer, it could be one that you would go to, even if you're not in that zone.
I actually was not in the promise zone and went to Riley.
Okay, so there's a choice then. You don't have to go to a school near your house.
My where I lived was not located within one of the promise zone census tracts, yet it was still zoned for Riley.
Yeah, that's what I think my issue is a little bit, because if you look at some of the zip codes, and I deal with demographics in the grant office a lot, 32303 is basically in that general vicinity and a lot of other vicinities. So you could be in a neighborhood that, for quote unquote, is a little better social economic, but still go to Riley. So just saying that you're in that area, but not in the actual promise zone, which this fund should be specifically for, is key, because it's not that you're not, that you don't have a need, but we're trying to concentrate specifically in the promise zone. So that's why I have the issue with that they didn't put that information in.
And also, James, by knowing who ABA are, you have to look at it too. If they are involved in the Leon County school system, a lot of the census tract information, they can retrieve that from the school system. That don't mean that you understand the community that you're involved in with a zip code. That's what I'm starting to realize. And a lot of people now is talking census tract information, not census tract I've been involved in the community. And I know, yes.
Yes, good point. And that's why, like I always said, I need both of you to give me the information, because I may not be in the community, even though I know what the community needs. But like you said, you could be in the track without actually being in the community. And we want to target the money to the community.
And that's what I'm starting to observe, not trying to, just by working in the community alone, people are coming into the community just for the benefits of the community, not to.
Exactly. Okay. Exactly. Because now, unfortunately, a lot of things is tied to looking at, lower socioeconomic neighborhoods. So if you happen to be on the outskirts of it, but you're doing better, some people, unfortunately, I hate to say this, are using and taking advantage of that to get funded for things that they really shouldn't qualify for, because they're not in that disadvantaged neighborhood itself.
Okay, I'm gonna move us along, and I guess just to kind of keep a framework, and then and that's how we look at all of these programs. Let's just keep our framework, just so you realize that on the Promise Zone, we have, what is it? We have 442,000. So we have about 600,000 for the Promise Zone. But we also, here's the goal. The goal was not to just fund the same programs we already fund in the other categories. We were really they created a Promise Zone to try to stimulate the community to start actually really targeting the Promise Zone itself. So what I'm trying to say is that we have the other categories of funding is to serve and it's to service the entire city of Tallahassee, Leon County residents, anyone who would qualify for the various programs, right? The difference of the Promise Zone, what we're trying to do is really kind of be a catalyst to stimulate people to really design programs specific for the Promise Zone itself. Because you're dealing with over a 50% poverty. There is no poverty rate greater than what they're in the Promise Zone itself as a collective of neighborhoods, a collection of neighborhoods. And so what we're trying not to do is that we just fund programs that are serving the same programs that are serving the entire county, but then they can claim that some of those residents are Promise Zone, because the programs or the services are not necessarily designed for people in the Promise Zone. They just happen to be that this is a program that we already deliver throughout the city or the county, and we serve some residents from the Promise Zone. Because what that does is that will dilute the effectiveness of this funding. And it's a very little amount of funding. When you talk about I'm going to say at least just inside the concentration of Promise Zone, they expanded it so it does include a lot of university areas where students typically lived in. But the original Promise Zone, we're talking about 30,000 people, okay? We're trying to serve every need that they have, including the need for food, which are food deserts, with very little money. And if we spread it out, it won't have any effectiveness in the community. And the children and the youth and the families who need extra help. from this cycle and generational poverty. And with that, I'm going to stop preaching so we can go ahead and finish up, because I just want you to understand the context of the Promise Zone so that when you start making decisions, remember, we are representing the interests of the people who live in the Promise Zone, no one else. Even that's all of us, that everybody, we have to do what's in the best interest of the residents of the Promise Zone. And then we will, and then you guys, I won't be fighting it out. You guys will fight out what programs y'all decide that should be funded. Some programs might not be perfectly done, their application, but ultimately you will make that decision as a collective group. Any other, so let's look at funding justification. I guess that's going to be kind of difficult. We've looked at documentation of need, target population. Do you think that the program description clearly delineates what happens to the kids in the Promise Zone? The proposed program description, do they give you good details and fully explain all of the components of the Promise Zone, of the program rather? Any comment? I'd like one of you guys to give me a comment to write.
Well, I thought they gave good detail, but now that you guys explained to me that you don't, that is, they gave a good comment for the program itself, but not specific to the Promise Zone promise. But yeah, they outlined the ratio for mentor to students. They said who was going to take it. They said the hours of operation. So they gave a good description, but now I don't know if it just, like we said, it probably doesn't apply to the Promise Zone only.
I think maybe you took the words out of several of our mouths. It's an overall great description of the program, but not how we're going to specifically help the Promise Zone students. I think there's way too much implied.
Especially, hey, don't we, what gives me, because with the COVID-19 and dealing with the at-risk level of families and these students and these people in this community, to me, it's kind of ludicrous for us, to me, to be thinking about how I'm going to spend my money when people really not interacting with people at this present time. I don't know. It's just something.
It is. I know it's a weird experience because we're trying to predict something and we have no information to make a prediction with.
Thank you.
And I felt that way. I felt that way the whole time. But yet at the same time, you've got to make the best decision. The decisions are being made during this time. You just make the best decision you can under the circumstances. And because it's gonna, yeah. Okay. So we talked about, let's look at the anticipated program outcomes. So we actually, that would be Dr. McGee, and we actually need to go to the measurement framework. The measurement framework is section 1.7.
Yes. So I'm looking at it, and initially I had some issues with it, but then I was like, in order for students to be something different, they have to see someone that looks like themselves, that is that, so they can aspire to it. And a lot of this is self-reported data, which I always have an issue with, but I guess it's a start. And I think this is how they run their program. And if we're going to have the students achieve their full potential, they have to first believe they can do it and then perform. So I didn't really have an issue with their goals that they set in terms of the short-term, immediate, long-term goals. In some ways, I wish it could have been a little higher, but I understand why it's not. I thought that the measurable outcomes for each of the goals listed was okay. And the data sources and data collection methods were going to be okay, because that would be something that wouldn't just come from the child.
Okay. So we got that measurable.
Yeah, but however, this is probably the same framework they use everywhere, but it can still be applicable to the Promise Zone. I don't think it's tailored to the Promise Zone.
Right. Okay, how about the funding requests? I know that's after everything you guys said, but let's look at 1.1 is the CHSP program funding request. look over that. Um,
I think it's, at least to me, it's kind of unclear. I mean, I know the number is low, but since we don't know what the salaries are of the people, what percent it would be, it's just, I don't know, for me, kind of hard to say.
I think yeah, just because you don't have the full breakdown.
Right.
It would be the salary of this person's full salary, and 28% of that equals this.
Yeah.
Equals that, so that you can actually do the math, the word math, and work right back to the full $20,000 figure.
Yes.
I'll just say the funding request. Okay, and that kind of gives me a think. All right, we're about done with them. So I'm going to summarize what you have and go from there, okay?
Okay.
And then you can let me know if there's something that strikes out at you that you want to say, good or bad. So make sure this is both positive, this is constructive feedback, because part of what we try to make this so the agencies can use that feedback, they can reapply if they don't get funding this time, or also things you think are good. So right now there is a finding because of the incorrect salary information form worksheet that was submitted. So that is a finding. As far as the program design, agency noted that it will tailor services. You want to commend them because they did state in a presentation format meeting that they would tailor the services to Raleigh based on stakeholders' feedback. Was that statement in the application? I'm just curious.
It is. I saw it in the application.
Okay, so I will reference the application as well, where it comes from. And then while it is understandable that, while you as a team recognize that Raleigh, the students who attend Raleigh Elementary School come from low socioeconomic status, et cetera, and have different socioeconomical problems, it would have been helpful if they would have, they needed to provide the specific census tracts of the students. Document that the students in Raleigh Elementary School live in the specific census tracts of the Promise Zone. They also identified Title I schools as the target population. Again, they need to reference the target population specific to identifying the census tracts of the Promise Zone that this program would serve.
I have one more thing, Pat.
Yes, ma'am.
And only because I know we've said this previously when dealing with this agency, and it's the diversity of their staff and their board. If you're going to be working in the Promise Zone, you sort of need to have someone that looks like the people you're going to be interacting with. I know the mentors may or may not, but I just think that's an issue.
Piggybacking on that, the mentorship, I think it's important that they try to get mentors that, of course, they can't be all that look like the students, but if you have 90% of your students are minorities, you probably want at least 50% of your mentors, if possible, to be minorities. I just piggybacking what Dr. McGee says. I think that's crucial.
That'll be another statement. And I use the term culturally competent.
That's good.
Because I think that's more indicative. After being a school social worker, and I met some white females that were better than I was. They were as culturally competent as I ever was, working with at-risk youth.
Okay.
So we'll use that term cultural competency.
Okay.
Okay. And finishing that up. And basically what you're saying that if they had added language in the application that stated that they would make sure that the guidance counselors would identify students who are in those specific census tracts, that would have been helpful again to show that this program is being tailored to Promise Zone residents.
Yes.
As far as the impact of the COVID-19, you stated that they seem to have developed, well, they have adapted their programming quite a bit to accommodate, and so they're now providing matching through virtual methodologies. Also, you wanted to commend them on purchasing of laptops and other technology to ensure that the kids could continue to have a relationship with their mentors, and that they are constantly seem to be adapting the program as needed based on the current conditions. Although they suffered fundraising, they pivoted and were able to increase their grant writing efforts. They did note that they had lost some of their, they did suffer losses of mentorships because of the school closure, because they oftentimes use a lot of the students from the universities. And you also, another positive, that they provided meaningful, measurable outcome indicators in the measurement framework. And as far as the CHSP funding request, it's just that it did not fully break down the salaries. For example, 28% of what? Because you don't know the person's current salary. Again, it relates back to the fact that the salary information worksheet was incomplete. All right, let's move on. We'll do Oasis Center for Girls now. So everybody take a minute and transition and open up. If you have a second instrument, you can open up your application to the Oasis. Okay, you do have an award letter for this program. So this program is currently funded. So Dr. McGee, you want to talk, give us the comments. If you could read out loud the comments that you think are applicable to this year's team, okay?
Okay.
All right, I'm ready when you, and then as you read each one, I want the team members to decide if you feel like that's a comment should be carried over, or if it was a concern or recommendations made by the last year's CRT. Do you think the agency addressed those concerns, or are those concerns still prevalent? Okay. With that, I'm ready.
All right. Let's see. Well, in terms of reporting the number of girls that they serve, how many of them were actually in the Promise Zone? Did they break that out?
Okay, so we need to go into the application and find that out. We have to go into the program section, I think, to do that. And there should be a census tract chart in here.
Yeah. Oh, it starts on page 20.
For some reason, when I open mine up, it doesn't pull up for me. What,
it's section 1.3.
Okay, that's it. You know what I wish I would done? We could have clouded. It would have been nice if we had shaded the census tract specific to the Promise Zone so you can actually look at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We'd probably have to. Sala, if Sala's on the line, is Sala?
Yes.
Can you take the and maybe do it with Anita, whoever. Can you take the can you look at in the CHSP description manual for this current year and do an analysis to see if those census tracts are Promise Zone tracts? Look at if you could look at the Oasis census tracts for the Promise Zone, and then kind of give us an assessment of how many of the 58 girls actually live in the Promise Zone census tracts. And okay.
According to their table, it was 58.
It's 58, but these are all the census tracts in that whole community.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking Sala, Anita, someone to help us out.
Well, that sure threw me off because I was like, oh, these people are working in the Promise Zone. So, okay.
Those are all the census tracts. Yes.
I would like to have it a second year recommendation for number 3.
What? And can you read that off to me? Number 3.
Yeah, strongly encourage the agency to diversify its funding to ensure the sustainability. I would say of the program, not of the agency, but.
Well, without the agent.
Which one are you looking at, Crystal?
We're talking about the program.
Because I don't see that on mine. Are you looking at Girls Empowerment or another program?
Are you on Team 10? Making sure it's the Team 10 award letter? It's got to be Girls Empowerment for Promise Zone.
Hold on, I might be on Women's Empowerment.
Okay.
Way looked at their proposed budget, and they're not received. CHSP is the main source of their funding.
So you can still add it. That's what, and you want to say specific to the programs, sustainability.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. So we'll just put that as a new one, since that's just a general one. Okay. Other comments? Any other? Go ahead, Dr. McGee. You want to give us another one?
See, focus on serving girls that can consistently attend and complete the program in order to yield meaningful outcome results.
Let's see. We probably got to go into. Let me see if it's here. I think it's here. Let's see if it's in. You'd have to go into the program, everyone. You'd have to go into section 1.6 and look at their outcome data collection table, because I think they have a measurement about attendance in that document.
Mm-hmm.
So you would need to go to that specific document. Well, they do put about Promise Zone in there too, as far as where the girls reside, and if you notice that short-term one, but they're saying or and within 0.5 mile, which is reasonable.
Yeah,
that's not a problem.
Okay. There were 2 funding pieces mentioned on here, Pat, which I didn't see them as grants that were on in their tables. And that's they lost the juvenile justice grant for $74,272.
Yeah, that would have been specific for that year, so we wouldn't carry that coming over.
But I guess, do they find someone to replace them in terms of big dollar amounts?
We'd have to look at their budget.
So
we have to look at their current budget.
Yeah.
To determine that. Let's stay on the outcome, because we might as well go ahead and do let's go ahead and comment on the program outcome, since we're already in that section regarding I think we're attendance, because we're still trying to deal with attendance. But while we're on that section, why don't you guys go ahead and give me a comment regarding if you feel like these are meaningful outcomes that demonstrate that the program helps the girls.
And I'll just throw my 2 cents in first. I thought they were, because they gave them a safe place. They helped them develop coping mechanisms so that they didn't just act out. Also work with them to improve their self-image or self-confidence, which is important. They, let's see, and then also ways to improve their relationships and performance in school. So I think it's pretty much a holistic approach to looking at the girls. in terms of their development.
Okay. So I think, okay, so we'll say, what I'm thinking, so enter short-term.
Short-term is that they feel supported.
I'm actually looking at it. I'm thinking out loud about how to write what
Okay.
you just said.
Well, because I think they sort of build on things, and in the short term, they realize that the girls have to feel safe and supported. So it's like from short term to long term, they established a foundation and they built on it so that the girls were stronger after they left.
Okay. And you can kind of see what I'm writing. So I said the long-term goal, however, it says 90%, but it doesn't say 90% of how many girls are included. And that's a requirement too, that you put the number applicable to the percentages. And let's see. Do you have any comment in your in the award letter that deals specifically with outcomes?
There was.
So I want to
And
finish
these
this
are
section.
lengthy. And one was that the short-term outcome did not include client numbers that correlate with the percentage. So we could use that one for that long-term goal.
Okay. And was there anything else about outcomes in that? That was it?
While the intermediate outcome is finding is meaningful, it is also important to include objective, measurable participant outcomes, such as improved school performance. So,
and that's up to you if you feel like you want to carry that over, but if there was no academic school performance outcome in here. So they said that they have an MOU with Leon County Schools to assess academic and behavior data for each student whose legal caregiver gives permission.
And that was in response to a finding where we said that they should work with the parents and get their permission to be able to access their school records.
Okay, so this is saying beginning with the 2019-20 program year, the agency has secured an MOU with Leon County Schools, just letting you know. So let's see if so they're saying that they're doing it this year. So let's look at the measurement framework, because if in fact they're now going to look at school performance and hard data, then it should be in the measurement framework, right?
It is. It's in the intermediate goal on page, at least from what I'm looking at, page 38. And it says girls improve peer relationships and/or school performance through use of healthy coping skills.
Which one? Is that a short term? You said intermediate
goal.
Are we looking at the information from 2019 to 20? Or are we looking for the current application?
We're looking at both. We're looking right now. We actually looked at the outcome data collection table. So that's data reported for the last fiscal 18-19. And we're looking at the measurement framework because that's what they're proposing to do. So Marilyn, hold on a second.
And that's another one where they put it 75% of the girls, but didn't put the number.
Because I'm looking at 1.7 and it looks like they have percentages and numeric numbers in there. So that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, just kind of listen to us for a little while, because you got to kind of get familiar and comfortable with our language. It'll make sense in a little bit. Yeah, at least I just want to read this for a second.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to say again, maybe seek assistance from CHSP staff. And the reason I say that because if you look at the intermediate outcome, it's saying that, let's see, at least 75% of girls who began the program with a GPA of C or below improve academically. That's not measurable. Improve academically is not a measurable terminology.
Yeah.
And then at least 60% of girls who began the program with 3 office referrals for behavior in the previous semester reduced the number of behavior issues. Again,
that's not clear.
It's gotta be measurable. When you say reduction from what? And so just say, I'm just gonna say when completing this, the out. But you can say that they did put it in their action plan for this year.
Yes, they are getting better.
Okay, now we're ready for the next section, next item.
The other two related to the Girls Circle program. So
it should say, what do they call this program?
The Girls Empowerment Program, but I think they have a Girls Circle that was part of it.
It's the same. This program is also funded on Team 8 as well.
Okay.
So this is another program that's funded by regular CHSP. And so this program is supposed to be designed and tailored for Promise Zone girls.
Okay.
And I think the only thing but anyway, okay. Any other, let's see, we got documentation. Did they clearly give good documentation? Again, Erin had to step out just for a minute. So let's look at documentation of need. Did they clearly document the need for the program and define the target population of the program? So we'll all look at that. And the first section would be in 1.4. So documentation of need.
Hey, Pat, one thing I didn't see that mentioned was the LBGQ community. A lot of young kids.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with this program. I mean, we don't identify them separately. Any girl that can be served in this program, whether they come from that background or not, it's a girls program.
Okay, we don't have to say that. We want to make sure that if any student is, meets that criteria, they don't feel discriminated against, or they can join. We don't have to put that in there, right?
No.
Okay.
They say it's open to girls biologically assigned or self-identified.
Yeah, they were clear about that this program serves all girls, no matter whether you're transgender or whatever.
Okay.
So they're saying,
I mean, I think they outline it in their app, like the census tracts that they target, although that they don't turn any of them away. And that they, I mean, honestly, if they're kind of wandering around and they're coming to the center and they're in that area, you would have to assume that there's some sort of significant relationship.
I think I'm in the wrong program. Have I not opened it? No, I'm in the right.
I just want to make sure that they feel included. And they're not,
Oh yeah, this is a girl, honey. Yeah, the Oasis is based on that. The whole agency is based on women's empowerment. So that's a non-issue for this agency.
I recall y'all mentioning to them about having some type of male figure to be involved with the program.
That was on, yeah.
Well, they did mention the committee because I was like, okay, where are the men?
Board, that's the diversity of the board of directors.
Yeah.
Yes.
I honestly
about not changing that
as a finding every year, but I've been on this team for a few years now, and they're pretty adamant about not changing that.
Yeah. The only thing is, I just want to bring this to your attention again. Let me see. This is in their description where it says client demographics, program target population for for this program. They're using similar language. They said that our Girls Empower program open to girls ages 9 to 18 who attend schools or community-based programs in Tallahassee, Leon County. It is not saying
Kind of similar.
Not specific to it's not the Promise Zone.
It sounds like the same one we just saw because most services sites are often Title I school, and Leon County schools are largely segregated by race and family income. Most girls and I are Black. Okay, but it's not saying.
But question 4 does give specific census tracts.
Yeah, but it also says it's delivered to girls who live in or very near. So it's not just the Promise Zone.
It's a residential environment. Yeah, it's a little bit. And it says no, any person about. Okay, that's a statement. So on number 4. Who live in or very near.
Pat, I vaguely remember when we were at their agency, them defining the very near as certain census tract cuts off in the middle of certain neighborhoods, and that they don't like discount someone because of that. Like, so if they're in a certain neighborhood, they're not going to cut it off because of that census tract.
Yeah, and I think that's appropriate. I think that's a
number 2 kind of identifies it as for the Promise Zone too.
Okay. Okay. So do we want to say that the agency clearly identified the target population?
I guess only because of statement number 2 right there. But
what was that, number 2? Yeah, that goes to what James, you're concerned with. They actually got that identified in number 2 in that section. Half a mile. Okay. Okay. Population. So we got the target population. We've done outcomes. How about description of the program? Did they clearly define the program, the components of the program?
I would say yes. I mean, they outline, what their objectives are, what the program goals are. And then, they have implemented their surveying and stuff like that. And I think they addressed that.
Okay.
I think they were actually very thorough in that piece.
Okay. Well, let's give them a stronger, say, provided thorough outline. Okay. And then, okay. So we've done that. How about the impact of the COVID virus regarding the ability to implement this program? How are they implementing this program right now based on the realities of today? So let's do comments.
Making phone calls.
Yeah.
So right now,
it was my understanding that they were just utilizing their partner agencies and other collaboration efforts to continue that contact. And,
what does that mean?
I didn't notate anything specific like some of the other programs where they jumped out and said, this is what we're doing because of COVID.
They said they shifted to virtual to complete the girls' circles or something like that. And then there were some girls that could not participate because they didn't have the technology.
Mm-hmm.
And they did wellness checks on those girls, I guess, telephone calls, and that was it.
Yeah. Okay. So to me, they didn't really adapt.
Because I remember the girls' circle used to be at Rickles High School. The Girls Empowerment Program was actually done out of their office.
Right. Okay. Now, so we've done that. How about funding justification for that program? Let's look at the CHSP funding justification. I think
they broke down their compensation and benefits so well that they could probably assist other applicants.
Okay, so we'll say excellent breakdown. Okay.
And I mean, even in their responses to the justification, I mean, even some of the smaller increases, they're definitely going through and explaining exactly what they're doing, why, and what happened. I think they did a good job with that.
And so they provided a thorough breakdown. Okay, I'm going to summarize, and then as you look at what comments were made, Dr. McGee, also make sure that we address all of the comments that you think should be, you know, transition into this year's award letter.
Real quick, let me give you that information. 5 of the 58 girls are in the promise zone. 45 of the 50.
Okay, which is what was pretty good. Yeah, that was actually the amount that was stated in the outcome data collection table too.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah. I don't know if you wanted me to note any comment about that. Or it is the Promise Zone program that it's.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be.
But they're doing a great job. But they're doing a great job in terms of tracking the performance of the girls from the Promise Zone compared to the other girls. So they have figured out how to tease that out and just report that. I can't say we get that from everyone.
Okay, so we'll just give them a kudo on that. Okay. Yeah. So I should have said tracking. Okay. So great job tracking and serving girls in the Promise Zone. I think Anita said 45 of 48. I think Anita said, yeah, right? 58. Of 58. Okay. The next one, program design. You strongly advise the agency to diversify its funding to ensure the program sustainability. I think I just want to look at what their budget looks like for the program. I guess I'll look at the proposed budget.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they're just. If wasn't funding them, it doesn't appear that the program would actually continue.
Yeah, because they're asking for 35.8 from CHSP, and the total program's budget they're proposing is 40,000, a little over 40,000. So yeah, it would discontinue. Short-term and intermediate outcomes are measurable and meaningful. The long-term outcome needs to include client numbers applicable to the percentage provided when completing the evaluation components of the application. Seek assistance from CHSP staff. The agency clearly identified the program's target population, and I'll just put those two comments about the target population together. They provided they thoroughly outlined the goals, objectives, and description of the program. In response to the COVID-19, right now they finished Girls Circle. Girls that don't have technology are receiving wellness checks through telephone contacts. I don't know. It appears that the services may be discontinued right now. That's what it appears like, because I don't have anything that I can remember that the program is on, those services are ongoing right now.
Yeah.
Cause I went by the office the other day to make a deposit and I have no weeds everywhere. The yard not mowed, no cars.
Oh, wow. 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 So, I want to make sure that we got everything. If you plan to fill cap for me. Okay, so you guys dealt with the money part. You did mention that cost-effective measures incorporated. Okay, and the last one is that they did provide a detailed breakdown of the funding requests. Okay, I need about 5 minutes. Can we take a quick 5 minutes and start back at 3:35?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, just take a little break, a little stretch for a second. Thank you. It's from general comments from last year, Ms. Marilyn, that you think are applicable for this year. Crystal thinks so.
Well, I think they are the excellent utilization of community partnerships.
Do you guys want to carry that one over? James, UB?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, next.
Did they have an audit issue again? Because we had one last time as well.
Did you guys look at that the new audit that they submitted?
I mean, yeah, I looked at it, but I think it gave rise to more questions than it provided answers. And since it was provided after the fact, I think I would just like to notate that they need to, at the time of the application, submit the most current audit.
Yeah, I didn't look at it because you said it was late.
Yeah, because I mean, that was completed where they should have been able to submit that. If I'm not mistaken, I think they submitted 16-17 audit.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Or 17-18, I think it was.
Okay. Got that down. Other comments? Go ahead, and I'll just keep on going between Crystal and Marilyn. And any general comments that you guys want to make about the agency, I'm open for it.
I think that they still weren't able to, kind of elaborate on that point system to determine, and that's a second year recommendation.
Did they what is it? Did we ask them to present that at the next?
Yeah, to provide further details regarding the point system that's used to determine how the youth are rewarded.
Was any of that included in the application?
It is when it talks about rewards or some point system, because he said something about, because I asked him how did they do it during COVID, but he said they were awarded a certain number of points and then they could purchase something out of the store. But we don't know what they had to do to get the points.
Yeah, that's one of my comments. I said could improve tracking of point of enrollment. So there seems to be not enough detail on that.
And another thing, Pat, they have way too many goals.
So, okay, we'll go into program information part and look at their, that would be program description. I think it's 1.5, right, Marilyn?
Yes.
So let's look at the goals and objectives.
Pat, can I ask a question real quick?
Are you referring, you're referring to their outcomes, aren't you?
Yeah, but they sort of list them here because they have like 7 short-term goals, and I thought the maximum was supposed to be like 4.
No, it's okay. We just said the minimum.
Oh, minimum.
There's not a max. Hold on a second. James is trying to say something. What was that, James?
Real quick, I don't know if we're talking about the requirements, but when I checked the application, it seemed like they didn't have anything for dual check signing and also for signing with a minimum signing authority. So I don't know if anybody else picked up on that, but I didn't see that for the fiscal management capacity section.
Yeah, I think that goes back to one of the audit findings from previously also.
So James, can you state those specific areas of concern that you have again regarding the management policies, fiscal management policies?
Yes, they needed a dual check sign-in policy. I didn't see one specifically for that.
It might be separate though. So regarding the dual check signing policy and what else?
And then basically, I guess with that, to make sure that nobody can sign to themselves or to cash.
Hey, Anita Asala, can you, we can actually, let's look for a second. Actually, we can look at this real quick. Let me see that first form because they could have put it somewhere else. I just want to make sure.
They have one of the documents it says has dual check. So that's one of the PDF.
When you have that check okay, it should be in here. So let's look here. It's okay, that's number 6. It's a nonprofit organizational statement. So that's section 4 of the first part of the application. And number, what did I just say? I just saw it, Lord. Okay, number 6. So let me open it up and see what it says. Number 6. It may be separate. We asked them to separate it from the fiscal policies and procedures so you could actually see it by itself.
But I don't see anything about dual check signing in it.
I didn't see anything with a dual check.
You did already check. Yeah, you're right. Okay. That would be a finding if that's the case. And did you go inside the fiscal policies and procedures, the overall ones, to see if that was true? Anita, I don't know if Anita, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, sweetheart. Can you check their fiscal policies and procedures and see if they have a dual check? I mean, they put this in here and there is nothing that says has a language, but you think it might be?
I'll check it and let you know.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, you're right. I don't see it. The language is not in here. Okay. Yeah, it's not in there. Okay. So she'll check just to make sure it's not in a different section. Okay. And otherwise, because that becomes a finding.
Okay. Yeah, it's hard to find it.
Yeah, Anita's looking, so you don't need to do that. So let's keep on going. Any other comments? Keep on going.
Also, well, we haven't got to that section yet, but it seems to be that the budget is off a little bit. But I think we're not to that area yet. So,
are you looking at the current budget year?
Right.
There was something that we did see. I was trying to remember. Seeing so many agencies and programs, some of this stuff starts to flood together, you know? I know there was one that the salary, it could have been another group though. I think that was yesterday's group. So this is 987 for current. Yeah, that's not quite right. Yeah, I think that's you're right. I'm just if you look at what James is pointing out, the salary information form is saying that the total salaries for the current year is well, no, that's right. Okay, I'm looking at the so it's saying
No, I think if you scroll over to the right, you can see where they're dividing it out between for just this program versus the whole agency as a whole.
in salary personnel for the salary information worksheet is 879,678. And so if you go into the current fiscal worksheet, it says
96.
It says 944,000, which would account for it should be a higher because you're dealing with benefits.
Something was off. It just seemed like it was off in the budget.
Current chromosome is 25,000. Supplies and that. Okay, I'm just I don't know if you're the only funding that's in the budget for the program is CHSP funding, which I know is not 100% true because they do put other staff into this program to serve this program.
Right, Pat, and they list that their current fiscal year budget is 25,000 that they're getting. That's from Leon County, and they don't list anything else as far as their revenue goes.
Oh, yeah, let me make sure I'm on the right team because I'm let me just go back because this is confusing. Let me make sure I'm on the team 10 chromosome. They're on two different teams, but this program actually created a new program like in the South City in the Promise Zone in one of the public housing complexes. So, oh, that's good. Well, let me just look at that one more time, see if I'm seeing this right. So they're saying for the current staff personnel, I think they did this incorrectly.
So it just seemed like it's off. Some of the
yeah, because if you go to the salary information worksheet, I think they gave us the proposed. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, it's their current fiscal year revenue that's completely off from.
Yeah, because the current funding, I think they gave us in the when they did the salary breakdown for the program. Now that's for proposed, so that's correct. That's okay. Let's see. That's proposed year. So we don't have the breakdown for the current. That's right. So that's proposed.
And it looks like they're so I thought Sunrise Place was completely separate from Springfield Community.
This is not the right. There is something wrong. You're right. So they gave us the proposed budget for the other team and not this team. That's what happened. That's a good catch because I okay.
It just was all. I just said something ain't right with this. I knew.
Yeah, you were right, and you caught that, but yeah. So I'm just gonna say compare.
But Pat, you know what's on our schedule as Sunrise Place and Springfield Community?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those that's for the other team, because this is yeah, okay. Compare the budget worksheet to the, and this will be compared the proposed budget worksheets to the salary information worksheet.
Right.
Proposed salary.
they may have had two programs initially, and they forgot to take one out. And
No, what happened is they're on a different team, and those they gave us the budget worksheet for the other team, and they didn't use the budget worksheet for the Promise Zone program, because the Promise Zone program, if you go back to current budget, I know they're hoping to expand it to another location, I thought.
But Pat, it is under their program information, Sunrise Place and Springfield Community. So it's almost like they did a combined CHSP, but it should have been two separate programs.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So if they're dealing with two locations, hey, Anita, help me out. Anita. Yes. I'm sorry to harass you today, but I'm confused. Clarification. The name of the location for South City. What is the name of that site?
Sunrise Community Center.
So that is right. They're just proposing to expand it. I just want to make sure I'm not giving out misinformation. So because if I look at the proposed fiscal year's budget, then they're saying Sunrise Place in Springfield. That's where they're going to expand into, right, Anita?
Yes, they're expanding into Springfield.
Okay, so this is correct. I was confused. Thank you for that clarification. I've been looking at too many applications. So therefore, this is the new budget for this is a new budget then for the proposed budget. Is they're planning on expanding the location to a second public housing area. That's what this is. So it may be correct. I don't want you to think it's wrong and it's right. So they're saying that the salaries for Sunrise Place and Springfield is $96,000. Okay, yeah. Remember that amount, $96,000 on the salary information worksheet. And then in the budget, the salaries are $229,000. So that doesn't make sense. I'll just have to look at it, because if they're saying the salaries are $229,000, but on the salary information worksheet is saying the salary, just the straight salaries are $96,000. So you can't have that many benefits in the world. Okay, you're right. That's the error. Now I understand. Okay, thank you. I just need to know what I'm looking at so I can write it. All right, I got you. So now, any other comments? Any other comments? Let's look at the program design. Did they give us current data, documentation of need, target population, program description? So UB, remember, I need you to look at the program description, and Marilyn is looking at the outcomes, and Krista, if you could look at the documentation of need, you and James look at documentation of need and target population.
Now, they gave us some old census data to compare off of, used data from 2007 and 2000 through 2011. And then it's just a comment that caught my eye where it says, this program is made available for youth and teen that reside within. So does that mean it's specifically for, or anybody can come, but if you're in the Promise Zone, you can come too?
No, it's actually housed right in the Promise Zone. It's in a public housing. I can assure you that people won't go there unless they live in that area, because it's one of the most high-risk neighborhoods in the whole county, in this whole county, one of them in this whole county. So kids can walk there, basically. It's a walkable program.
Okay, well, yeah, they did spelling it out.
I think we need to take note that it's also an after-school program. And I think that that's going to weigh heavily on what the school system in Leon County does this upcoming school year. Correct? Or are they going to continue to open during those hours regardless of what happens with school?
They may even expand hours because typically Boys and Girls Club kind of open, they try to open when the schools are closed. So like that's why they actually have a summer program during the day when the schools are out. So they'll probably adjust according to the schools. So it may be they need to be more full-time. If I don't know. I mean, if we can, you know, that's the, like, what was that? The, like Marie was saying, we're making decisions about things that we can't even predict the future for. So yeah. So it could be that if the schools aren't opening, the kids from high-risk communities may have to rely even more on schools that are located in their community. We just don't know what the new world will look like, right?
Right.
So let's look up. I think Yubi, you made a comment that you want about this program description.
Well, no, I was just saying that I didn't know if it was, I'm not familiar with the area. And that's what I was saying, that it just said it was made available to people in the Promise Zone, which to me, I didn't know if it was specifically for the Promise Zone, meaning that anybody can come.
Okay.
Can I make a statement?
Yes, Renee, please make a statement.
They're specifically in the Promise Zone, they're particularly on Texas Street, but not only do you have the kids that are living there, coming there, but you have people who are actually in the Promise Zone that may be one street over that also come in too. So very much needed. So yes, you have other streets that are walking in that are not just the projects, but they're still in the Promise Zone, still low income, very needy families. And to see them move into Joe Louis, which is very much needed also, makes a big difference. They just need to get their numbers correct and what they're doing.
Yeah, and we can give them feedback. That doesn't mean you don't fund the program, because we're dealing with what the needs are in that for kids. You know, what are they?
Very strong needs, and throughout this summer, from I think it's 7:45 a.m. they're accessible until about 6 p.m. So normally, whenever school is, definitely they're open. And if you remember, as they said, they're doing things throughout the day with the kids. So right now on their active schedule, it's different times.
And that's why you're here, because what the Renee and Marie are providing us is that what programs are being really utilized in their communities, and what are the most important, the programs that are really addressing their community needs. That's why we have you here. So thank you so much, Renee. So I did add that comment.
And that's a good point, Renee, because I think in the application it said, which kind of startled me, that the highest crime time is between 2 and 4 o'clock. And you would think, like, who would be doing crimes during the height of the day? But the statistics prove that. So by them being in the Boys and Girls Club instead of being out, that's vital. So that's some good information.
Okay. So anything about the program overall? Let's move it here. Anything about the program overall? Program design, and maybe that's I'll put that one in this, because that's really speaking to program design.
Clearly stated the objectives.
That everybody's completing their forms as we're going along. They're doing all the information. These.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much, Crystal. So Yubi, what was that comment you made? I think, did I capture what you want? Have we captured what you want to say?
Yeah, they clearly articulated the need for the target area and the programs. They stated the things that they're doing with academics and having fun and mentoring and relationship building. So yeah, I thought they did a good job of outlining what happens in that center while the kids are there.
Okay, thank you very much. So we got the program description, documentation of need. Well, I think Renee, we'll leave this one as a documentation of need too. Let's see what section that would be in. Part of this is given, you know, we do a lot of detailed feedback, but I can't tell you, a lot of these agencies actually use the the CHSP application to secure additional funding, by the way. So when we're critiquing them, we're getting them ready for prime time too, so that they can go out and secure funding from other resources. These are the kind of issues in the other grant world, they'll never get this type of feedback. They'll probably be denied or granted the grant, but this actually gives them that feedback so they can further develop themselves as needed. So they can be, because grants are competitive. I'm just trying to look at the documentation of need. Anyone got a statement for me to write regarding documentation of need? Let's see. Stop passing that.
Program design.
Pat, I would like to notate that the budget and stuff like that, that was a concern last year. We might want to, you know, put it in bold next year.
It'll be a second year concern. Okay. At the bottom, I don't know why. Keep missing it. Okay, there we go.
I think they gave pretty good documentation when it came to target population and
okay, there's 12.
Pat, I think we also need to notate about their board diversity, because they still seem to be teetered a little bit in the opposite direction. I guess I can use your term, they need to be more culturally sensitive.
And I think we had a comment about that last year.
Yes, and I'll look at that because that'll become a second year concern. Okay, so I'm gonna say they need to strengthen their documentation of needs statement because again, we're trying to get them ready for prime time too. Okay.
Because I still want to say something about their long-term outcomes that they have listed. Because I
Okay.
think there's a lot of duplication here.
Okay, that's right. So
the
maybe
first,
let's see.
My notes on that is that they should develop.
Well, here's what the deal, just so you'll understand their program design. They have different program components, and every single component they do a pre and post test. So this is actually what the program does, modeled after the National Boys and Girls Club.
Okay, well, I'm looking at the long-term one. So it says after-school participants will successfully complete the after-school program component. Then it says students who successfully complete the after-school program component will maintain at least a C average in the core subject areas of language arts, math, and science. Then it goes down to the next long-term one, and it says after school, students who successfully complete the after-school program component will maintain at least a C average because it's duplicative. It's the same thing. So
I see what you're saying.
Right.
That's a different issue.
Yeah. And you can be successful in the program by, maintaining that C average, getting promoted to the next grade level, and have satisfactory conduct scores. And that could be one long-term goal in terms of success, and the way they'll measure it is by this.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. Okay, all right. Anything, as far as, okay, we've done, the overall agency, we've done the program design, outcomes. Well, anything you want to say about COVID? Because I think they said they're actually starting, they're opening up the clubs in July 6th is what I remember, unless you guys.
Yeah, but
He kept
I
saying
guess my
COVID.
concern is I don't think they're adaptable enough because if we have another outbreak or something, I just don't see how they're going to pivot to be able to provide services at the level needed if they can't meet. And they didn't seem receptive to doing anything other than what they were doing. It was, we're going back to this. So what if that's not possible?
Then Mr. Maddox did make reference to they were getting people computers or something like that.
Yeah, in fact, I already had done so. They purchased laptops, iPads for the kids, even Wi-Fi. They work with Comcast to get Wi-Fi connectivity for the kids. And yeah, actually, they said that wait a minute. They said they would continue. They would have to figure out a way to provide their services virtually. That's what they said.
So if you got to figure out how to do it virtually, what was the purpose of the other thing? Are those things
The
there
other
in the
things probably was
club,
just on
or-
site then.
Yeah.
And then you did tell them to explore ways to, how would they implement the point system virtually?
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. The reinforcement. Okay, that's a comment y'all put in now. I already talked about the audit. You had concerns about the audit. They talked about that. They actually said that you did do a lot of discussion about that the organization is becoming sound and it's building its reserves. And that there's a study going on right now concerning the tax savings that the programs provide. And that they would implement all CDC checks and balances. Because their thing is they're gonna have to figure out some way, because these kids are from low income family households and they have to go back to work. There are a lot of people that if they don't go to work, they don't get paid. So I guess that's a dilemma.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments you want? I just gave you a summary of some of the key points I remembered, but what do you want? Anything else you want on this? We do need to look at the CHSP funding requests. Okay, so let's look at that.
This is another one that it's hard to tell because their numbers don't match.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry I was gone so long. This is the one too where, and forgive me if somebody's already said it, is that the amount for the personnel does not match what is in there.
Correct.
Crystal's shaking her head. Sorry. I'll be quiet. Jumped in.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Sorry about that.
Messing up at all.
So when you said the amount, are we referring back to the salary information worksheet and all that? Okay, but the funding request itself, I think that does match in the salary information. I guess, yeah.
There was a page where that figure was used, so.
The salary information worksheet for the proposed budget, that's what they did. They only included the CHSP funding request and not the other staff that they assigned to that program, those programs. That's what happened. Because it's the same amount. It's the same amount that's in the salary information worksheet. It's the same amount. 96,000, I'll double check it, but I think that's the same amount. So I see what so 96,000, when they did the salary information worksheet, they only include the CHSP funding request, and they didn't include the other staff that are assigned to those clubs.
Okay.
They only included in the salary information worksheet the CHSP funding request, but it is the exact same amount that's in the CHSP funding request, okay?
Are we looking at the salary for, is that Sunrise Place and?
Yeah, well, for the two components, so we're in section 1.1 of the CHSP application. That's what happened. So it is the same amount. I mean, it's consistent as far as the funding request itself. It's just that when they did the salary information worksheet, they needed to include all of the staff that are assigned to that program and all, Okay. I think that's what happened. In fact, I'm pretty sure of it. So comment, what do you want me to write down about the CHSP funding request? Is the formulas included in the compensation benefits correct?
I'd have to get out a calculator, but it's included. They list it.
Yeah, it's a lot of, it seems like it gives you a lot of.
Yeah, I mean, they have provided the information for that. I guess I just have that brain disconnect on the difference in the numbers.
I have the same issue. It just seems like something is off. Like it's not done properly. I don't know.
Yeah, I know they use a new grant writer. And I think
Plenty of
that's
time to get all their numbers straight.
Okay, I know how you are about numbers. Okay. All right, so let me summarize it and see if you want to add anything. Was there anything else from the award letter that you wanted us to consider about bringing over to this year's letter?
Because a lot of this was about a handout. We didn't get a handout this time.
Not applicable.
Yeah.
Pat, there's one other thing with transportation. I didn't see him talk about that a lot, but some of these kids, how are they going to get to and from?
What their motto is pretty much to locate in the neighborhood itself. So kids can walk to the clubs. And then you may have some families that may bring their kids or pick them up, but it's a walkable program.
It's like located in a clubhouse within an apartment community.
Like they're in the public housing complexes or in the schools themselves. So kid gets out of school, they walk right into the program.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
So Pat, I researched that information and it is in their fiscal policies.
It is in there?
43. Yes, it's in the overall policy. I don't know why it wasn't included in the.
They put the wrong policy in that section.
Oh, okay.
They didn't put the full policy for check writing. So, but when she went into the fiscal management policies and procedures, it is in there. That language is in there.
Okay.
Thank you.
43, if you'd like to review it.
Did you hear me say they have
We
vans
trust
also?
you, Anita Morel.
You're our fact checker.
We should pay y'all for doing all of this work, shouldn't we, Renee? Oh, wait, I I tell you what, this is a what you call it, a brain teaser. Huh?
I said we used to get paid. Anita made sure we were compensated, but you know, we're gonna have to just give her a hard time this year because she hasn't really shown up on the videos.
She did show herself to you and had and gave you some FaceTime, some good quality FaceTime. Okay, let's
Agreed.
summarize.
I retract it. We'll take that one off.
Let me summarize. Boys and Girls Club, excellent collaborative partnerships. At the time of the application submission date, it's important to provide the most current audit. This would have allowed the volunteers to ask questions and to obtain clarifications. Next year, provide additional description of the point award system. Speak to Pat Holliday. Finding, this is not a finding. We found it. Second year concern comparative is about the budget. We already went through all of that, but to point out some budget mistakes. The documentation of the program design. The program provides a very important service by providing services directly in the most highest risk neighborhoods. And it provides, and it's accessible because kids can actually walk to the program. They clearly describe the program and define the target population. We suggest that they strengthen the documentation of needs statement, and I'll give them specifics according to what's in here, and streamline the long-term outcomes. Some of them are duplicative, and so you can eliminate some of the overwork. Regarding the COVID-19, although the agency plans to open the clubs back open in July, you're asking them to also consider other alternatives in case the centers are not allowed to open. But just so you know, they've been providing the services. That's why they actually got the laptops for the kids and the iPads for the kids so they could continue to make contacts even now, all throughout. And I guess we should say that they've continued contacts with kids. Continue, yeah. I guess wellness checks.
Yeah.
Maybe something. I was thinking he said something about they actually contact the kids a few times a week. The other part. These kids, they explore ways to implement, just tell them you wanted to suggest they explore ways to implement the reinforcement point system. They did talk about that they had, because talked about that they're doing a 30-mile challenge with kids right now. They got over 100 children involved right now in a 30-mile virtual challenge to keep the kids actively physical, to keep them physical. So they're doing those kinds of things right now.
Where can I sign up?
Where
can I sign up?
You can do what I do every day, or Anita walks every day in the morning before work, or you could, as soon as you get to finish work, jump in your workout clothes and get out that door and start walking.
Your first number and your age. Yeah, there, man. You gotta take that first number off your age. Then you can get in the group.
Thanks, Julie. That's what I needed. Motivation. I appreciate it.
Oh God. No, it's called No Excuses.
Pat.
Yes, ma'am.
For Boys and Girls Club. So here's my notes. Say that they contact them twice a week virtually to do a wellness check, and that they said 80%, I guess, of these clients participate. So I thought that was pretty good.
That's good.
Part of that is that model, because they're the same caregivers that are with those kids all during the year, so they have a relationship. I think that's what helps that, makes that 80%, because they're part of their family system. Explore ways to implement the point system virtually. Want to give attaboys for responding to the needs of the kids by making sure that they had laptops, iPads, and also work with Comcast to make sure that the kids had availability to the internet. So that's a commended. And they did provide a detailed CHSP funding request. So, okay, that's the most we can say it with that one.
One quick question. Did we have something up there about a diversity of the board?
Oh, I think I forgot to put it in there, didn't
No, it's
I?
there.
No,
It's right. It's there.
But as
Right
I'm
above
looking,
B.
Let's look at the board because
because what I've seen, they do have a diversity.
From the information I looked at, it looked like I want to say there was maybe
yeah, now they do.
Yeah, they got.
This was an issue. Remember, CHSP was 2 years ago. They have 25 board members, and 8 of them are African American now.
But I think it was the reverse, that they had that the board was not made up of culturally sensitive. So meaning that they had too many white people on the board versus having a good representation of the area.
Okay, we'll just keep it there. And then they have,
It's almost
It was
double.
pretty diverse.
It's still the same.
I mean, isn't it double?
Marie, what did you say?
It's still the same. Crystal, I went back and looked at it and counted them off. It's about the same. It's
It's
a
the
lot.
same makeup. It's because a board member that year made a comment that was not
Culturally
there,
appropriate.
Crystal.
Oh yeah, I was
not
there.
culturally confident, culturally appropriate, and it's like, whoa,
Are they still a board member?
yeah.
Oh.
Board member referred to the child, one of the children as ashy.
Yeah.
And that's something that is referred to Black people as being ashy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's extremely unfortunate.
He didn't realize it was, he didn't realize what he was saying. Yeah, he didn't realize.
Sensitive.
And I think that year they recommended cultural competency training for the board of directors.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a moment. There are some, you know what, Anita, we should have been writing we should have been captioning like a log of all the, like those CHSP moments when everyone went, yeah. I kid you not, there have been some moments. I tell you what, I had a board member one time put her behind in my face doing the presentation. I'm like, okay, we've had some moments.
Oh my God. Yeah.
I said, luckily I have humor.
Yes.
I have humor. That was a moment.
You gotta have thick skin.
Well, I realize most things aren't personal, they really aren't. They speak to the person background, not to you. And sometimes it's hard to separate that. It depends on where your mental self is at that moment. Oh boy, but you have to have a lot of humor, I think, in life anyway. And, anyway, we are part of the American dream. You guys want to try one more?
Yeah.
We're going to a 5. Let's beat it on up. Crystal, you can do it. You can do it. I told you to get your little espresso, whatever that thing you drink.
I cut off after the first one. I only have my 1 cup.
Did you get a 4
You know
shot?
what? I should not encourage you because
Okay.
I'm only thinking about like a regular cup of coffee, Crystal. Just a regular cup, like a teaspoon. Okay, let's look at American Red Cross comments. Let's just based on what you think right now. What are some of your common comments that you think right now without even wording it? I mean, we can look at the word letter, but what are just some of your common comments? Some of the things that are in your mind.
That they're still able to maintain 90% volunteered staff is pretty commendable, even with everything going on.
My question is I know that they kind of talked about how they were gonna like help people get the fire alarms and stuff, but
I'll be honest, I still felt, I mean, people going inside people's homes and stuff, you know.
How do they convince them to let them in the house?
Remember she said they was gonna drop stuff off and then have a video to show people how to install it?
Oh, yeah, she sure did.
And she also said that they were going to be implementing different types of PPE for their volunteers to bring that comfort level.
Maybe we ought to go to that right now since we're doing COVID, because there was a lot of, you want to, adaptability.
Yeah.
I'm going to look at just adaptability strategies in general. So they said that they would maybe use video.
No contact drop-offs.
No contact drop-off.
And then videos to show how to properly install.
Literature and smoke alarms. Provide video instructing residents how to, what's that word?
Install.
Install. Okay, was there anything else you want me to say?
Yeah, because on top of installing the smoke alarm, they wanted that education program, because even if you don't have one, you want to know how to get out of your house and all the different things that a lot of them think about. So I think it was during this time with COVID-19, they were able to come up with a system to tell how to do that. So besides putting on the smoke alarm, the education component.
Yeah. Okay. Was there anything else?
Well, mine wasn't COVID-19 related because, you know, I think these are great things and people need to feel safe in their homes and know how to prepare for disasters. I just don't feel like this is tailored to the Promise Zone.
Yes.
How do I say that? So is that in the application you're saying? You don't see evidence in the application that the program is tailored to the Promise Zone, or you don't think the program design is culturally competent to serve the Promise Zone? Renee, which one is true? And Marie?
What I'm looking at with compensation and benefits, 40,000 is for compensation and benefits. And then as I stroll down, 2,500 is for materials. That's the flyers, door hangers, magnets. And then I'm looking back at it. It's saying awards, grants, and direct client assistance, 7,500. So I'm like, 40,000.
So that's the program's budget. Are you looking at the program budget?
I'm looking at the program
Proposed. Okay.
101, section 1.1.
Okay. You're looking at, you're actually looking at the proposed fiscal year budget?
Well, actually, I am in the narrative form 2.
Okay, you're looking at the programs, the CHSP funding requests?
Yes.
Okay, let me go to that. Okay, so it is, I see what you're saying. Okay.
What was that? 1 point what? I'm sorry.
1.1.
1.1.
CHSP program and funding request.
The other issue is that the fire department can do a lot of this stuff that they're saying. It's not necessarily a waste, but it's a waste.
I think it's
an unduplicated effort. I don't think it's something that the fire department actually offers. Like they don't.
I don't think they do that. Yeah, I don't think the fire department does that.
And from what you said, they target specific areas and actually prior to COVID go door to door. So they would actually drop off volunteers in the area, smoke detectors with them at, basically canvass the area and then sign up people and then schedule it down the road for the installation. But then they would provide the information and the materials on fire safety. And I believe at the same time, they also do, Pat, correct me if I'm wrong, but they go to the parks and have the events where they do the pillowcase things.
But that still doesn't mean it's Promise Zone, though. And I guess that's my issue. And you can, yeah.
I'm sorry, Dr. McGee, but I'm looking at the demographic for 4,263 people. And then I go down to the census tract, and a lot. Just this small amount of money, 50,000.
And I still want to add that, yes, the fire department does do some of these services because I've walked around with them in outreach programs, and they do it 2 to 3 times a year with special programs.
I'm just wondering what the 82% of their clients, what services are they referring to? If you look on 1.4, number 1, where they say it's available to the whole county, but then said 82% of their clients reside in the zip codes in the Promise Zone.
But it should be census tract, not zip codes, correct?
Dr. McGee, they actually have a census tract attached, and if you give me just a second, I will find it. But
see what they put here in this document, and they have, what is it, 4,263 total clients?
Yes.
But not all of the census tracts on here relate to the Promise Zone. So of the ones that do, how many clients in there were served in the Promise Zone?
Not that many.
Because what I'm looking at is the zip codes only, and how it is broke down, even though they're saying 1,836 people in 32304 and only 348 in 32301. Trying to find out what 5 and 8.
Yeah, I agree. It may not be Promise Zone because then if you keep reading, it says, sounding like they're using a poverty line as their cutoff, where they say, keep saying 78% of their clients are poverty. That could be anywhere in the county.
Yeah.
Where's that number at? What number are you on?
Number, look at 3 and 4. That's in 1.4. Number 3 and number 4.
And what get me is just like with the Leon County School, they also have access to all census tract, zip code. American Red Cross, they get the same information, just how you implement your data. And could you, because what get me when a person can't call out neighborhoods and where they interacting for the Promise Zone, and she couldn't do it.
And I know one of the findings from last year was they were going to update us on the average number of smoke alarms that were installed in each Promise Zone household, and we didn't get that information. So
I do want to point out under section 1.5 of the program summary, they actually do have, if you scroll down and you look at identify where the services will be provided, list specific areas, they have an Excel spreadsheet attached with the census tracts of the specific areas that they are targeting. Whether or not they list the numbers that they actually serve in that area, I didn't see that specifically in this one, but they do have those tracts listed.
But so they have it here, Because I don't think even she could break it out by census tract. She kept going by zip code. So if she provided that data, either she didn't know it very well in order to articulate it. Because the focus here is the promise zone. So we got to just make sure that if we're giving them money to service the promise zone, they serve the promise zone. Oh, you're muted, Pat.
I just wasted all of my words and you just told me that.
Look, because I just saw you moving. I was like, is she talking? I was like,
talking away. I'm just talking away and wasting all my great voice words. I was asking, do you guys think that they need to, is part of the confusion because the promise zone is lumped together with everything else? And I'm just wondering, what recommendations would you make to the agency that you think could help them improve the application and the data provided to demonstrate that this is a promise zone program?
I think they have the capability once they sign people up because they're actually getting the addresses. So I think they have the information that's coming into them. They're just not utilizing it in a program specific way that we would like to see.
Okay.
And I would like to say maybe if they identified the census tracts first and targeted their efforts based on the census tracts, then they would indeed be serving the promise zone and they could simply report to us that data.
So you're saying identify the census tracts?
Yes. And then target their outreach efforts in those areas for those census tracts.
I'm looking at the 32305, and that's the neighborhood that I live in. I know my zip code is out of in the county area. So I was saying it's 1,800 and some people you seen out there in the county. I know I'm not in the promise zone.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a lot of people.
Yeah. Because this is the whole disaster program. So this is saying, and I think that's what's making it challenging for you. At least what I think I'm hearing. Because the name of the promise zone, it's home fire safety and emergency preparedness. So emergency preparedness, that captures everybody almost in the whole county.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's why I was asking, and I guess it goes back to what Marilyn was saying too, identify the targeted promise zone census tracts and provide services to those areas and provide the data,
Mm-hmm.
and so that kind of narrowing this application so it's specific to the Promise Zone only.
Yeah, because I'm looking at 3.03. That's census tract is Brown community. It's only 14.
14.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, okay. You might wanna, and then the other thing that, let's see, let's look at the outcomes in the outcome data, section 1.6 and see what's in there. To see if that maybe, yeah, no, it's not. Okay, I was hoping that maybe the outcomes were specific to the Promise Zone, but it's not.
No.
That was my
Okay.
note in there.
Okay. Okay, I got you.
And the fact that they said everything at 100%, nobody hits 100% of anything. So they need to adjust that.
Okay.
Do anybody recall how many staff members that they got?
Probably look in the salary information sheet, you'll probably find it.
How many you seen, Renee?
I thought it was 10. Yeah. Everybody else volunteered.
That's why I was looking at the previous CHSP allocation from 18 to 50. Compensation and benefits salary. That's a big jump.
Let me see. Okay, so we are going to, oh yeah, so I'm gonna go to the salary information worksheet. Are you, okay, that's right, look at that. Okay, and then the Promise Zone. Okay, so, okay, all right. So you want me to read what we have so far and see if you want to add anything? Because you got a lot. Let me say, just out of abundance of caution, I'd cry like a baby if we lost this. And so would you, and it would be a group baby cry, like in the nursery when one kid gets upset, every kid gets upset. It'd be one of those group nursery. It is commendable that the agency still maintains their 90% of their volunteers. It is concerning how the agency, well, we put here, and I'm going to kind of grade that because we started talking about some other things then, because they did talk about other strategies, but did you want it? Because originally, Dr. McGee was saying she was just concerned about how can you really realistically continue to provide the services, because these are services where someone would have to go into the homes and install under these conditions of COVID-19. But they did, so we'll go to that later. It is concerning that the CHSP funding request includes $40,000 in salaries and $7,500 in direct client services. Is this a duplication of effort? Just want to clarify, how do they, basically it'll be more about how do they coordinate their efforts with the fire department, since the fire department also installs fire alarms, right, Renee? That's your comment. It seems that this is a community-wide program that also serves some clients who resided in the Promise Zone. When asked to identify one of the targeted Promise Zone neighborhoods, the director could not identify a specific neighborhood. Do you guys want that comment in here? The award letter? That's Marie's concern when she asked that question.
Yeah.
But I think Crystal was saying, no, there was a attachment enclosed embedded in the application that spoke to, they did identify the census tracts.
Yeah, but that's not a neighborhood.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway, keeping on going, is identify, and they say identify the targeted promise zone census tracts and provide services in those identified areas, and then provide applicable data throughout the application. Narrowing the application specific, and I know we're kind of redundancy here. You just recommend narrowing the application specific to promise zone only, because otherwise that number, it doesn't allow you to distinguish how this program goes beyond its normal scope to assist promise zone residents. Adjust outcome findings to make them more realistic. Recognize that 100% is too high. And again, report outcome findings in the outcome data collection table specific to the promise zone again, so that you'll know, for example, how many alarms were installed. I'm wondering, I want to see, I just had a thought.
Has joined the meeting.
Who is that?
This is James. I got cut off.
Oh, okay.
Went out and just came back on.
I wanted
Let me clarify something. They don't install them. They tell them how to do. They bring the fire detectors and light bulbs. This is city, county effort with the fire department. They come out 3 times a year and they go specifically to that zone, and they don't install them themselves. They'll give them instructions on how to install.
Do they give them the instrument, the equipment?
They give them the equipment.
But do they do this community wide, or they just take they target a neighborhood? Like maybe that year they'll target this neighborhood, but not all neighborhoods.
Not all neighborhoods. It's specifically in the promise zone areas. And let's see, that was Curtis Richardson who sponsors that 3 times out the year.
Okay. So you feel like, based on, because I don't know that program specifically, so do you feel like based on what they do, that this is a duplication of what American Red Cross does as well?
Yes.
And so you're saying that that no additional services are needed in those areas, that everyone that needs that service can get it from the fire department?
I won't say everyone, but because they do have it, it is accessible.
Okay.
Can I say something real quick, Pat?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? Actually, part of my grant assignment is fire, and you are correct. Fire has a program that comes out periodically, like somebody said, maybe 2 or 3 times a year. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, I could check with Eugene, who is my counterpart, that it's limited. And I think what was happening was areas such as the Promise Zone and other socioeconomically depressed areas wasn't getting the help they needed. So I think they went to fire, and during the process, a lot of times, the American Red Cross is involved in helping these people after a fire occurs, and they realize that this clientele wasn't being served. So I hear what everybody is saying, but I think we need to find out how many people in the underserved community is actually getting this service with fire alarms, which is important because most of the other more affluent places have it, and the education. The key is the education, because if you don't have a fire alarm, you need to know that you got 2 to 3 minutes to get out your house. Most people don't understand that. So especially people of low income, it's vital that, to me, they actually get the education, if you have to pick between the fire alarm, actually more than the fire alarm, because once that fire hits, you have a few minutes to get out or you're dead. So I just want to give it to the rest of the group that I understand what we're saying, and we need to be careful with our funding, but let's don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Let's make sure that this population is being addressed by the fire department in a sufficient amount, or that we use, the Red Cross as a supplemental agency to take care of them. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you, James. And let's go on. It was something in my brain, and I had a thought. Maybe it'll come back. I'll outcome goal, report outcome findings. It'll come back to something. I had a thought. So we said adjust outcome findings and make a, okay, we already spoke about that one. As far as how are they adapting right now? What are some of the plans of adapting? They're looking at no contact drop-offs for literature. Regarding as far as giving literature about prevention of fires, as well as how to respond and understand fires. And so drop off the literature and smoke alarms. They're looking at providing the video instructions so that and all the tools necessary so that residents can actually install their own smoke alarms. So that was part of it. That's what I was trying to say. How many smoke alarms? I want to look in one spot, but that was bothering me. You know, there's a narrative part. If you go to 1.6, there's a narrative part where they can give you a narrative explanation of the program. So I'm just wondering, did they put any more clarifications for us? Now they don't even here. They say 715 smoke alarms have been installed, but it doesn't say what neighborhoods, if it was the Promise Zone.
And I know that $500,000 house wasn't in the Promise Zone that they used as an example.
Yeah, because they're saying they saying that as of January 2020, 715 people escaped. No, that's different. This is say because of the program.
So is that the overall program or the Promise?
Yeah, I don't know because it doesn't say Promise Zone. I was wondering I was thinking maybe that would be a point of information, but it's not. Okay, I just was thinking, I didn't want to not, if it was in there, I wanted us to be aware of that. All right, well, I think you've talked about the funding already up here.
Yeah.
Let's look at the justification for the funding increase. Let's go back and just look at what did they say the rationale for asking for additional funding. That narrative question, if you go to one, that's section 1.1, and if you go to question 1, see what they say in that question. They said they're requesting an increase. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. So so we have this comment here about the funding request. Do you feel like this has given you, well, it's not what I always try to tell people, if you're asking for additional money and when that narrative, say for you to narratively explain why you need additional money, that should be a mathematical equation. There's no math in this section.
I almost feel like these were the same items from last year. And we're just paying for them to do it again.
At a higher dollar.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the end of we finished how many? 4? 4. Yep. We got 4 out of 60. It's still better than not having the 4 done.
That is true.
Guys, we're gonna do the best we can next week, but just get prepared in case we had to do another half a day, but we'll do it according to everyone's schedule. Well, I think we have to be realistic about ourselves. These are some of these programs are pretty complicated. And then this is beyond just know, all of you guys I think except Renee and Marie. Renee and Marie have always served on the Promise Zone team, right? Renee and Marie?
Yes.
But as you know, when you're on the other teams, it's a much more cleaner, quicker analysis. But here you're trying to determine if this program, not only is it a solid program, but is it a program that is actually addressing the needs of the Promise Zone? So you got that other layer, that other major layer to do analysis. So that takes a little bit more work. How do people feel about the reality that we may have to, but we want to make good decisions, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Is everybody still here? How about you? So Renee, you're okay with that? James, I know he's okay. He's gonna stay with me until I finish. You okay with that? Because I'd rather for us to take an extra half a day if we need to. Because I think it's going to take us all day just to finish the analysis, and then it's going that other half a day we're going to actually try to be coming up with the funding recommendations. But this is important. We all know that the folks who live in the Promise Zone, we all know how COVID-19 has impacted those communities more greater than any other communities. So they're the communities that have the greatest needs. So we got to be very good stewards of making good decisions on behalf of that community.
Yeah.
So we got to do what it
Can I ask you
takes.
something quick?
Yes,
Pat?
sir. Yes, you can.
Marie, I agree. Actually, it's not that when it comes to the Red Cross, I actually agree that I'm looking at that $40,000 versus the amount of money that they're using for the actual material and supplies. That we need to look at that. But I just wanted to let the group, and the reason I put in that part with fire is, yeah, they're doing it, but they may be doing it at the other areas that can support, themselves. What I'm leery of is that we make sure that the Promise Zone constituents get an opportunity to get fire detectors and that education, because a lot of them really don't know, and that's my one concern more about an actual agency. I don't want to cut their legs under them, but I want to make sure that that money, that $40,000, is used more for actual fire equipment and education.
I definitely understand that. However, if you don't have the individuals in place to actually perform the services, then the services, what good are the services?
Say that again, Crystal.
I said I understand the concern about the costs, a smaller portion of the budget being used for their materials and supplies and the actual cost of the smoke detectors, and a larger portion going to pay for salaries. But my thought is, they utilize a significant amount of volunteers anyway. And if you're not paying somebody to specifically do the service, you can't have a program without the individuals in place to perform the work.
Right. No, I agree. I just say I want to make sure we have a balance, that we don't, overcompensate for the person, because you need the expert to put in the fire alarm properly and do all the stuff and train people and all that. But I just want to make sure that we have that balance, that we don't subsidize too much of that part of the program versus. So I agree with you, but we just want to make sure we have a happy balance.
Yeah, and what I added just from listening to you guys' process was explain how efforts are coordinated with the fire department to ensure that high-risk neighborhoods in the Promise Zone are served. So that would be a great opportunity, perhaps, for them to work directly with with the fire department to ensure that they're not serving the same communities, because there's a whole bunch of neighborhoods in these communities that need help, and so we want to make sure that they're not duplicating each other or overlapping, and then another neighborhood not get services. So we can make that recommendation, and some of these recommendations, they don't mean that it may mean that you don't fund them at that extra level, because you may say, hey, they have not justified the need for additional money, but it also doesn't mean that you don't fund them. But it also can mean that, hey, we think the service is important, but this is how we want you to design this program. because we want this program designed in a way that is meaningful and really addresses the needs of the population in the Promise Zone. So that's what this letter is about too, okay? When we do our comments.
Hey, Ms. Pat, is there the youth preparedness program? Is that something different that the Red Cross is in? Because that program manager who getting some of this 40K, he's going to be for two programs, for the home fire campaign and the youth preparedness program. So I don't know if they apply somewhere else for that.
That's part of the disaster program, that even with home fires, they normally have they go into the schools and they educate the kids on home fires, and they actually they educate the kids, and then the kids, part of that is to also do peer pressure on the parents, because they bring back the literature to the parents. So it's all part of it. It's just different program components of the disaster and emergency response. All right, we have done our time and it's still storming, so I guess I have an excuse not to walk today, James. As I said,
oh, don't put that on me. I was going to take a suggestion and call my shoes and get out there.
And tomorrow or any day that it's not raining, James. Okay.
You'll be my inspiration. I appreciate you.
So you are his inspiration. Is that correct? Okay, Mr. Fit.
Make it happen.
All right. Okay. Hey guys, thanks so much. I know this is the hardest team of all, and I say that without any hesitation. So thank you so much. And everybody, we really need all of us, make sure we're all here. We start at 9 a.m. on next, what's the day, Tuesday morning, and get prepared. Make sure you sleep really well, because we have a hard working day on that day, okay? We got a lot to accomplish. But I think you guys are a great team. I can tell you're working really well together. You hear each other. You're able to give each other feedback. And I'm real sure this team is going to make the best decisions on behalf of this community. So I hope you guys have a magnificent rest of the week. And although I feel like I'm in a movie sometimes, because I wake up, I said, I look forward to the same day, repeating the same day again. And the next day, my diversity of life is really limited these days. But I'm glad to have, but I'm very thankful to have life. I'm very thankful.
There you go.
Glad to wake up every day to the same thing. So guys, have a wonderful week, okay? We'll see you next Tuesday morning.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Have a great week, everyone.
Yeah.